Alrighty, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another day of Overwatch Champions Series Korea. I am Achilleos here once again alongside Hex, and we'll be bringing you all the action here this evening. We've got another stacked day of matches. Yesterday, we had a close series, I guess I should say. That one nearly running all the way in towards Dorado, but in the end, we got to see WAC closing things out. Now we delve in once more.
Did I miss anything? Was there a patch? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
So I personally like that we're on live servers because you don't get stale metas like this. I mean, obviously right now people don't. It was so funny to me watching the match. The moment that Maga came out, chat was just like, no. Like, it was the most immediate response I've ever seen to a meta take place. People are just like, no, right away. Yeah, most teams 100% running Maga. We saw some more honest Overwatch on King's Row, some Sigma, but for the most part, I think we're getting it locked in now where teams are going to run the Moira as well. Sombra Reaper, I think, is probably the strongest to run with this too, and then Sojourn in the mix as well. But maybe it'll end up being map dependent. I don't mind a new meta every week. It's interesting, shakes things up.
Things have been shaken up very much. I mean, when we started things off, we were expecting that it was going to be Wrecking Ball dominated. Remember that? All of those rumors. And then that just fell to the wayside. We barely got to see any of that. Then it very quickly was the Doomfist coming through, mixed with Junker Queen, all of this kind of stuff. And now here we are with this Maga. But I agree. I think that from what we were seeing yesterday, granted, yes, it was Falcons running it, but that Sombra looked damn scary, and it looked really, really strong. Just given the build times of those EMPs, how much more impactful they can be now, it looked like that was going to kind of be just the new meta-defining thing. But then as we got into that third and final series, we saw both teams very much not going for it at all. I mean, FTG and WAC were just like, okay, you know what? We're not going to play Malga until the very end. And that's when we kind of saw that head-to-head finally coming through. We got a lot more Echo Tracer, the Sigma matchup as you were talking about there on King's Row. So it was a lot more differentiation as far as the picks were concerned, which was a bit confusing to see, just given that we had kind of seen that, this is the team that everyone's putting on this pedestal, and Falcons playing this composition. They should be the ones that are kind of defining everything, but both teams decided to say, no, actually, we won't do that until we have to at the very end.
Yeah, I think there's room for definitely Sojourn. I think can find a place in this meta on different maps. I think the Cass was getting completely outclassed. Like when people were trying to force Cass, Sojourn was just annihilating it. We also saw some Genji too. So like we can talk about the meta being whatever it is now. We saw a ton of different stuff, and it's like, at least the meta still has the high playmaking heroes, some high skill expression heroes. So as long as you don't just focus in on the Maga, there's some really cool stuff to be had. Unfortunately, Tracer has not really found a way to be effective. Even the teams that ran Tracer yesterday, I just almost never saw it in the kill feed. It wasn't making an impact. And when you're playing a composition that runs a little more death bally, you don't really have targets. Like, who are you going to find? Because Tracer usually likes those skirmishes on the outside, likes to find a Tracer v Tracer, and then usually a Lucio comes in to try to save that Tracer, and now you have a Lucio target. But Tracer got almost nothing done, much to my chagrin, as I'm a huge Tracer fan. But watching the Genji play was enormous. The big question is, are teams just going to start trying to mirror the other team and what Falcons is doing? I really do think that that's probably one of the strongest. I think and it's also because Falcons have the best Moira in the world. That makes it all look really, really good too.
Sure.
And yeah, we'll see a little bit on when we go to control point, if the sim is played at all. There's a lot of minor changes in this patch that kind of came through. And sim stronger, as you mentioned, Sombra, the alt time charge, like down 8%, I think, which ends up being enormous when people are playing frontline Sombra, which is the best way to play it, in my opinion. You're really not going to get individual hacks and kills. No one's really off to the side, but you charge EMP, and EMP's always been a fight-defining ultimate. I think one of the reasons Maga has been so good, too, is for a tank, that's one of the best ultimates in the game, as far as just isolating one or two people. And now that you have 5v5, if you can get a pick off on the front line, even the back line, if you rush in and get something going, like that ultimate can swing a fight pretty easily. And it's not necessarily the skill shot of an alt. You get close and you smack Q.
You use overrun and then you slap a thing on the floor. That's about it. But we've been seeing decent kind of like chokehold control coming through from those cage fights, especially on Flashpoint yesterday. We were seeing Beltria kind of going back and forth there, trying to just be able to control space. Oftentimes when he was dropping those things down, it was leading to his demise. So it's not just a throw it on the floor and win the fight type of ultimate for sure. There's definitely still a bit more play that needs to be had around it to really enable that Malga to pop off once he does drop in the cage fight. But as we can see though, based on their efforts from yesterday, WAC able to overtake for the time being at least and get themselves into that first place spot. Falcons, if they can continue the perfect streak that they have had so far, not dropping a single map, then they're going to be able to very much jump over top of them there with a potential 5-15 win rate. So a lot of things could be changed up quite a bit as we go into today's matches.
WAC dropping that map might, as you mentioned, just cost them first place as we go forward because it doesn't look like anyone can hang with the Falcons. And then also Falcons look like this is a meta that they have pretty well figured out. I mean, it's been a day, so it's been really hard to say a meta has established itself or anything like that. You really want to keep an eye on your Runaways, Yetis, those teams that are going to be fighting for that 4 seed. Again, the top 4 automatically in the playoffs. The rest of them have to fight it out to try to get out of the bottom groups. So it's always going to be critical to see which team is able to hang at number 3 and number 4, because there's, like I've said before, I think there's 3 teams that are fighting over 2 spots below WAC and Falcons.
Yeah, it's gonna get messy. It's gonna get tight between those squads as we go deeper in. But here's our match schedule here for today. We're gonna kick things off with Falcons once again taking to the stage. They're gonna be going up against Yeti, who were looking solid yesterday, but obviously this is going to be a very difficult opponent for them. If they can draw blood, if they can give a first map loss over to Falcons, I think that alone would be a very big boon, and that would be a victory in and of itself. Getting a win does feel like a far cry hope for the squad, but hey, if they can pull it off, all the better for them. Then we'll go into Genesis versus Vec. We'll see if Genesis is finally going to be able to get that match victory that has been eluding them, because this is a very puzzling situation to be in, given the talent that's on that team. Not being able to find a win quite just yet. It's been some very hard-fought losses, but we'll see if we will see if they will be able to get it later on. And then, of course, Runaway versus FTG should be a banger. But first, let's go ahead and bring the Falcons out on stage.
Yeah, 7 of the best players in the world, pretty much. You go across the board, and you got the best tanks, no problem. Whoever you want to run on tank has not been an issue. The damage line is all worlds. And then the support line, again, all worlds, like the best mortar in the world. Even Brig got a little bit of a buff, so maybe we'll see some Brig. I didn't see much last night, but I think one of the players they get accolades, but when you're playing next to Proper, I don't know if people know just how good Stalker is at playing everything.
Oh, I mean, he was instrumental in their victory just yesterday. Stalker was putting up some very fine numbers, bringing out that Reaper. On the opposite side of the stage, though, Yeti will give their bows here in front of the audience as they get ready to do battle. But again, I mean, this is such a tough task here for the team. I think you can kind of see it in them right now. They realize that the odds are going to be stacked against them. So, if I'm Yeti coming into this series, I'm going to look to play my game and then just do as much damage as I possibly can. Like I said, if you can get that map win, if you could force Falcons onto their first ever loss, I think that is already such a huge boon for you. We got to see Smurf a little bit yesterday, but Hanbin was the one who was playing those initial 2 maps, and it looks like that might just be the case again here.
Can't go wrong with either one of them. So it's just who's more practiced on it, who feels like playing the Maga, and Hanbin has been absolutely fine. Like I said, best players in the world. Really, it's hard to make an argument against any of these players as top 3 in their position. Like, I mean, I guess there's a couple other players that you think about it in some of these conversations, but if you're talking best DPS in the world and best supports in the world, these are players that are always in the conversation, if not at the very, very top. And I think Fielder and Chio, just the synergy that they have in support lines, it makes them almost unkillable.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so clean with it. On the opposite side, though, take a look here at Yeti. Of course, not having an expanded roster is just these 5 players. And we got to see, Donghak putting up strong performances just yesterday. One of the things that Wolf was talking about was how, unfortunately, Donghak had been maybe a little bit of a liability at times when he was playing the Doomfist. He was going in a little bit too deep. Given the current state of the meta that we're seeing, this is kind of preventing him from overextending from time to time. So this is making him look a bit more reeled in, a bit more synergized with the squad. But the big talk of the town from Yeti yesterday was, of course, Knife.
Absolutely, and that's the player that I think has been their best idea for a win condition. It's a lot of pressure to put on somebody. Just go carry a squad against the players that they're going to have to play against in Falcons. But if anyone can do it, Knife can.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over for the translation as we jump into the representative and coach interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are back with the first team rep interview of the day.
대망의 첫 번째 경기가
Team Falcons versus
팀
Yeti.
팔콘과 예티의 대결을 앞두고 있는데요. 자, 경기가 시작되기 전에
And
각 팀의
before the
대표분들
match,
한 분씩
we are going to be
모시고
speaking with the
인터뷰
team
나눠보도록
reps.
하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 팀 팔콘
Team
자기소개
Falcons,
부탁드려요.
please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 정크버크입니다.
And I am Junkbuck of Team
네,
Falcons.
반갑습니다. 자, 다음으로는 예티 팀 자기소개
And on
부탁드릴게요.
Yeti,
안녕하세요.
please introduce yourself.
예티에서 코치를 맡고 있는 플레타입니다.
And I am Fleta, the coach for Yeti.
네, 두 팀 모두 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 팀
Welcome
팔콘에게
both
여쭤보고
teams.
싶은 게 많은데
And the first
지난
question goes
경기
to
역시
Falcons.
압도적인 경기력으로 미소를 띄우시는 거 보니까
Your
가볍게
last victory was again a dominating one, putting Falcons at
무패승을 건데 오늘
4-match
팀원분들 컨디션
win
어떤가요?
streak. And will the team make it to 5? How's the team feeling today?
봐야지 알 것 같습니다.
I think that we'll be able to see once we're actually in the match in terms of how the team is feeling for the day.
느껴지는 그런 긍정적인 기운이 느껴집니다. 자, 다음으로는 예티 팀께도 여쭤볼게요.
And
어제
the next question for Yeti.
이끄시면서 연패를 이제
Yeti
연승으로
finally has a win on the board and broke out of their loss streak.
경기를 지금 앞두고 있습니다.
However,
오늘
Yeti's
컨디션
against
어떤가요?
dominating Team Falcons. How are you feeling for today?
여러 가지 수를 두고 준비했고요.
We have a few things prepared against a strong team today because we're against a strong team today. So as long as we stick to those game plans, we'll be able to win.
자, 그렇다면 팀 팔콘 예티에게 모두 여쭙겠습니다.
And this next question goes to
경기
both
시작
teams.
전에 팀 선수들에게 이런 말
Please share a
해주고
few
싶다.
words of
라는 거 있나요?
morale to your players.
그냥 하던 대로 그냥 오늘도 그
Just
어느
play
날
as you did,
같은 날이라고 생각하고
as you before
평소처럼
today.
해도 좋을 것 같습니다.
So and
평소처럼 다 부숴버리고
so
와라.
just
왜냐면 계속해서
keep up your
연습을 하시기
performance.
때문에.
네.
네, 맞습니다. 자, 그렇다면 예티 팀의
As for
플레타님은요?
Yeti,
오늘 경기도 있지만 앞으로 이제 있을 경기들도
we have
다 좋은
again.
경험을
Obviously, we have a
남을
match
거기
today,
때문에
but
승패와
we have
상관없이
future
후회
matches
없는
as well.
경기만 하고 내려왔으면 좋겠습니다.
So I hope that the
멋있습니다.
players will be
승패와
able to
상관없이 멋있게
put on a great
오늘
performance
하루
for
즐기고
today.
와라라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 지금까지
And
팀
enjoy
팔콘의
themselves.
정크벅님 그리고 예티 팀의
And that was the team
플레타님과
rep interview for game one
인터뷰를
for
나눠봤는데요.
Team
자, 첫 번째
Falcons
경기
versus
시작
Yeti.
전에 첫 번째
And before we
경기
head into the
예티
map
팀도
veto, I'm going to throw
확인해보시죠.
it back to the casters.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. Good to see Fleta out there on stage once again. Though, if I'm being honest, I would rather he be sat down in one of those chairs. But, well, maybe not in the tank position, but, you know, back to doing what we know he can do, which is play the DPS role. But looking at the map veto, we do have a little bit of a differentiation here. We have Hollywood coming in for hybrid.
Yeah, that's the one that really sticks out to me. I love Hollywood as a map, but it's just questionable based on the Malga pick. Really, I hope we get to Hollywood's second point. I want to see what teams are running there. Do you run high ground tanks? Do you run maybe a Diva? Do you run a Doom, something that has verticality? Or do you just kind of slow push it and ride the elevator up with your squad? So second point of Hollywood, I think, has always been a fantastic map or a fantastic stage, and Hollywood, it usually plays out very different between first and second, so that's what I'm looking forward to. But we're going to kick it off in Lijiang Tower. Pretty comfortable on this map. Haven't seen much else in the ways of control lately.
Yeah, I think we know exactly what we're going to be getting going into this one. And as I was saying to Wolf yesterday, the high ground doesn't really matter. If you just have Malgas on both sides, no one's playing high ground. You just brawl it out there down on the streets. So I think that we might be seeing more of that, unless I think if Falcons have something a little bit different that they're going to be putting on display, that could be the thing that really sets the meta going into each map here today. So we'll have to just wait and see what they have prepared for us. But as we get ready to go into Lijiang Tower, I think that we can comfortably expect that it's going to be a bit of the same here for the side of the Falcons, which was looking very, very dominant yesterday. So Yeti, you've had a little bit of time to sit back, to observe, to study, to try to, you know, kind of reverse engineer this composition from the side of Falcons. Can you put up a fight here and try to take it down? That's going to be the big question.
It's the question really for me is if we're going to see the Symmetra or the Sombra first at play. That's usually what the swap ends up being. Stalker has been on Reaper and just the consistent damage, and it really helps in the Maga 1v1, just pumping out so much damage. And really other teams hadn't quite figured it out, but when they run the Moira, get super value out of the Moira too. So I don't think we're going to see anything real different. I think other teams have tried to do this cast thing that just wasn't working out. You're getting outclassed not only by the Reaper as far as pure damage output, but you're getting outranged by Sojourns. I think the Falcons have the best read on this so far, but other teams might start mirroring them up.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and jump into the action here for game number 1 on our second day of week 3. Falcons versus Yeti. Let's see if Falcons can maintain the dominance or if Yeti is going to be able to shut them down.
One of these days we're going to get Ilios. So Pacific played a little bit of Ilios, and I was so happy about it. Okay. Rosters. There's no way Chio plays this Life Weaver. That's, I mean, look, maybe. I would, dollars to donuts would say no. But when you're the Falcons, maybe you can flex on people. So yeah, a little bit, definitely different comps. Yeti reverting back to the Orisa. I think Donghak's more comfortable on it than he is on the Maga.
All right, well, gates will open proper here in stealth. Already going to get scouted. Looks for a target. Just going to be receiving this javelin here from Donghak with that Orisa. Proper now going to be swinging around in the back line. TP forward there. Irony just looking to avoid this Sombra at all costs. Just his way back, and for now will be able to stay safe. And I'm getting ready to open up though. It's going to be the inside track here onto the point for the side of Yeti as it gets ready to unlock. So they might be able to get the initial grab here. As Proper going to be forced back once again. Taken low. Stalker going to be taken down. Donghak able to get on top of that Reaper. Finds the elimination. So opening kill here for the side of Yeti. First cap is going to be theirs, and looks like they can hold this for a bit longer as well. Chase around the back lines, looking for this elimination. Proper just trying to TP out to safety. Fielder has been protected for the time being. That's going to be Proper taken down. Aside is able to find the headshot there with a rail. Things look very good for Yeti off the rip.
Absolutely, and Proper's been kind of shut down. He wants to play frontline. He wants to just pump damage into Donghak, but they've done a really good job of kind of rotating around and not allowing Proper to just sit up front and charge his EMP. Coalescence in though.
Ult does come through here from Fielder. Going out, Proper still doing decently well here as far as that build time is concerned. 75% now towards that EMP. Surge going to be invested there from the side of Donghak. Now that Incendiary Rush on the back end, but already players being lost. And you can see here, Knife trying to turn the tides with that overclock, trying to find an elimination here for the squad, and will help deliver one there on a Proper. Stalker also gets taken down, so DPS players dealt with, but Falcons have since gotten that flip into their favor. They'll build up a little bit, but looks like they're not going to be able to hold this one as the fight turn still is going to be good here for the side of Yeti, and they're actually forcing a swap out of Proper.
Yeah, Proper's going to have to take this mirror duel, and if there's any player that I think can hang straight up on Sojourn against him, it's going to be Knife. So they're going to be behind it now too as far as the ultimates go. Really next, you have the beat to use, and you know that the other teams already used theirs, so you could definitely use beat as an initiation here for Chio. Might not need it.
Proper already finding initial value there. Viper going to come down out of the sky, so that dude cannot come into play. Stalker's still trying to build up towards that first barrier. Now he's on Latin, but Knife getting killed off. Looks like he'll be able to hold on to that for a little bit longer. So coming back through, just the swap, that opening pick is enough to really just snowball the fight out of control. So Falcons for now getting control of this point.
Sim buffs coming in. Also, it's a nice ultimate to try to isolate or protect your team, especially if the other team's not running a Coalescence to push damage through to the other side. Speaking of Coalescence, Fielder's got it again. What a great fight for them last time to not have to use the beat. Chio's going to be holding this until they absolutely have to use it. Aggressive push.
It's coming through. Viper going to be topping that Falcon. Build up towards the cage fight. Looking forward, getting knocked down there. Fight already going to be invested. You can see how quickly you can build up towards that ultimate, but unfortunately you can't quite hang in the fight. Ends up getting taken out of that one now. Knife's going to be taken down. The cage fight is well available for the side of Hanbin, but it's like with the aggressive beat, they won't have to invest that one quite just yet. Proper in the meantime, going around here on the swing around. Final elimination in on towards Irony. Donghak going to be taken out. Cage fight cleared up, but just nothing else to be done here at the moment for the side of Yeti, other than respawn. But time is dwindling, 70% already crested here for the side of Falcons as they look to take away this first round.
Well, Yeti is also going to have their beats. Like that's the critical ultimate to look at going forward. Probably going into almost last fight territory for Yeti and Falcons, and this beat can be used as initiation, and then really which Sojourner is going to get better value out of this overclock.
That way forward, final fight territory here. Touch needing to come through soon, but Proper looking to really slow things up. He can be forced out early from the side of Bliss just to escort them forward here onto the point. And for now, Team Falcons just going to be backing away. Is in, Yeti now for the moment in control, but Stalker instantly finding 2 kills. Hanbin as well, diving into the back line, able to find Irony. And it looks like that might just be their undoing. Bliss, the last one left alive as the flip is back in. The OT starts bleeding away, so it seems like Control Center is going to be going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, I don't understand why everyone's not running the Moira. It just seems like Coalescence is such a good ultimate to be able to go through a lot of these barriers. I mean, there was a picture on the subreddit of it looking like barrier watch again, but Moira's really good against that. Coalescence is just the piercing arrow to the heart of the team. And I think it's just so much more value than Suzu or even the Kitsune Rush as we're seeing now. Kitsune Rush against a Maga, you see it, Maga just runs through it and pushes the people out of it. Not really that great, so we'll see if teams start changing up, but I don't know if people just don't like playing Moira, or, you know, the skill expression on the Kiri is obviously higher.
By a bit, but Fielder is, he's looking to express quite a bit of skill as well, and so far has been able to do so, because that Coalescence is constantly finding value for him. And it looks like Proper just going to be sticking here with this as we go into the next round, and Volhack as well looking to try and continuously stray away from this Malga matchup. We'll be piling this Orisa again to see to what level of success. Dive forward, everybody just getting in on top of him, and there's just no way to survive that. I mean, everybody from Falcons just says, yeah, just corral in around the Orisa, let's kill her. And they do so. Stalker going to be taken low, but kill can't be found, and for now that's going to be Falcons getting first grab of the point.
70% on this Coalescence already. That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, Fielder's just been doing insane work. But now, okay, rail shot, knife low, can't find the elimination, but still just slowing up this approach. This is going to be white room here for the side of Yeti. Volhack eventually did decide to just go ahead and swap over to this one. Now Coalescence coming through on the approach. Volhack isolated, taken down. Fielder able to find the kill. Pushing forward, keeping Hanbin alive. And widely, that's just going to be the fight. Going the way here of Falcons, barring any kind of overstep. They are going to be looking to rush forward. TP coming through. Hanbin going to be taken down. Fielder as well under some fire. The Duke is going to be committed into the fight. So Yeti, they want to try to turn this one into their favor. Disruptor shot going through. The flip now in. Yeti in control of the point here for the moment as Irony. Kitsune rush in. Falcons now try to get this flip back to their favor. Slide forward, looking for that rail shot, takes Proper low, can't quite find the elimination quite just yet as Fielder's chasing forward. Spraying M1 here, trying to keep Proper alive. Goes to the rail, now the overclock invested, instantly tagging down Knife, able to find that kill. Looking to come back through here into Falcons' favor potentially, but Irony will turn the tides, able to find 2. Headshot goes in, Fielder going to be taken down. Chio now last support standing, ends up dying, not wanting to commit that beat in. Feeling that he was going to be Ajaxing that one, should be committed. Widely, that's actually Yeti getting the turn. Great dupe coming through.
A critical play on Irony, as you mentioned, to bring it back right there. Because if they don't win that fight, they had committed so much already into that fight, and it would be a completely lost cause had they not. On the other side, Falcons do have the 3 most important ults on their team ready to go. The idea is just don't use both support ultimates. That loses teams fights, that loses teams fights.
Sound barrier in, cage fight as well, gonna be slapped down. Yep, they just go ahead, throw everything in the kitchen sink at this one, but Knife able to find multiple headshots with that overclock, does eventually take down Hanbin. Viper gonna be traded out, however, HP Mars still gonna be low here for the side of Yeti. Irony committing in with another Kitsune Rush, building that one up very quickly after the eliminations that he was able to find. Now Yeti still gonna be in control of the point, pressing 70%. Falcons getting shoved back, not wanting to try to play in towards that rush. Knife does take a decent bit of damage here. For target, sliding back in aggressively, but already Bliss going to be taken down as Hanbin's able to find the elimination. Fielder falling low, grabs a health pack, stays alive, and Stalker eventually finds his mark. Knife dead. Viper, Irony, however, on the trade, able to find some nice kills here, but Irony going to be taken down the back end, so it looks like this flip will be coming through here as Falcons now occupy the point.
They need to stop fighting in that room. They've done it 3 times. It's never worked out well for them. I think just the straight healing output of the Moira is really helping Falcons win those brawls in that room. Irony obviously has had some good plays on Kiri, but they just don't have the same sustain and healing throughput that the Moira does. Interesting, we're going to have 2 sim ults here. Double walls.
Walls are available. Let's see how this comes into play as dive forward and Stalker disappearing as soon as he gets in with that photon barrier. Bliss now dropping speed. Unfin trying to play up here into the face of Dog. So much damage, has to exit. Proper as well now in a very committed position, trying to stay alive, trying to find a kill, but cannot. Flip's getting ready to come back through. His field are going to be taken down as well moments before he gets that coalescence, and overtime will be forced out. Chio there for that touch, but eventually taken out. It's very nice in time. Right click comes in from Viper. Bringing up on the Hanbin, and it's looking likely that Yeti are going to be able to extend this map. Stalker taken down as he tries to rejoin there with a Tracer, but OT will bleed away, and Yeti now in with a shot to go ahead and claim Lijiang Tower as their own. We are going over to Night Market.
Yeah, Viper with the cleanup there on both supports. That's brutal. You never want to have both supports in spawn with ultimates to end a round. The kill early on in a Moira obviously means that Chio is much more likely to die. I think Chio was trying to save beat. There was a moment where I think they could have gotten it off. It's like right here, but tracked down and eliminated. That's rough. I mean, the supports, they ended up layering ultimates over each other, which I guess is not the hugest deal because your Moira is going to charge it up fast, but it's generally seen as a bad thing to layer your supports. That might be one where Falcons is kind of overlooking them, because there was a couple fights where Falcons just everyone hit Q and there was really no thought to the economy going forward.
All right, well, it looks like it's going to be more of the same here. TP up over the top, in point, Yeti now occupying backspace here. Well built up, and I'm just looking to slow this approach. These rail shots needing to find some value. Jump forward, looking to try to clear out that TP, but right now Donghak holding his ground. Hanbin getting up into his grill, trying to find the elimination here, but it's going to be Chio taking down first and foremost. Nice shot there from the side of Knife, finds the second. The Stalker will fall, but traded out and equalized on the opposite side. There's first half of the point going the way of Falcons here for the time being. Suzu going to be burned, still in a very committed position right now are these players from the side of Yeti. They try to make their way out, and it looks like Bliss will be allowed to escape. So Falcons for now not looking to over-pursue, just stay back.
Who did they find over here? Oh, look at this.
Absolutely insane, but a great pick coming through. Now Stalker going to be out of the equation here for the fight. Proper tagged low. Yeti get this under the control. I've been forced to exit. Some space going to be bought as Proper sliding back around the opposite side. He will get cleared as Hanbin sat here basically by himself. The healing, you can see, he's getting pumped out, trying to find that elimination, trying to find that full health bar here. Rushing across, just to escape for the time being. Cage fight as well invested, catching a couple players. Now Proper going to be taking down Chio as well, caught up in the mix. A shot from Knife, able to find that kill, and the flip is going to be coming through. So 44% built over here from the side of Falcons. His Knife up over the top, finding the kill, looking for the second here. And Stalker dead, but it looks like Proper and the rest of the team able to escape.
That's twice now. I really like that Yeti is kind of taking this to Falcons in a way, being ultra aggressive. I always think that if you're not at the same level as another team, being as aggressive as humanly possible is usually your best shot at it. They've done a really good job, especially the tank play has been really aggressive at finding players out. The teleporters have been aggressive.
Over the top, sound barrier now in. The clock rolling here from Knife. Bliss, lucky to stay alive. Get that second beat here, so tempo on their side, but Proper able to make a bit of a difference here as Knife is going to be taken down. Slides out. Overclock ready to expire, and Will still has this full rail built up. Just looking for a target, but haven't really found one that he likes quite just yet. But they're not going to be taken down as Hanbin's able to find that elimination. TP out here from the side of Irony, but no, still will get hounded down as Stalker finds 2 kills on the back end of the fight. Back in control here is Falcons as they move past 70%.
Nothing really on the board for either side when it comes to ultimates. Of course, you've got the Kitsune Rush. I wouldn't be surprised to see them use that defensively the moment that Yeti comes in and tries to get a little bit of peek. Both Kitsunes are going to be up, so it's more important for Yeti because you need some way to get into the point and have aggression.
Kitsune there from Fielder. Clear things out. I mean, Knife just way too far forward, ends up getting taken down. Stalker so energized there with that Symmetra. Finding that kill. Overtime will be forced out here, but Donghak will not be able to last very long. Ends up falling. Now it all falls down to Bliss, but he's making his exit. He knows that this one's done so. We'll just go ahead and concede it over. A solid fight to be able to, you know, contend against the Falcons here, be able to win that round. But it's still going to be going their way here off the rip. So the flawless streak continues so far here for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, and we can't overlook that. That is of critical importance to them to take first rather than second, with WAC having dropped that one map. So Falcons can't overlook their opponents in any given match. But especially a team like Yeti that has this talent that a player like Knife can go absolutely ham and carry a squad. I thought the support play ended up being pretty good from Yeti as well, just a little bit caught out a couple times. I kind of like this Maga meta because it is so much about, like, I found one person 3 feet out of position, everyone go, right? In the charge, and everyone comes with this. I've always liked Sim TP play. Like, I think when you're super aggressive as Sim, it can be fun to watch. So I don't know. I don't know why it's feeling like a European comp to me. Maybe it's because Sim is in there. You know, European Overwatch can tend to be very tank focused, Sim focused. You know, I think I called it the other day, like, it's a high floor, low ceiling region, and I think that's fair in a lot of ways about how European Overwatch plays. But this reminded me a little bit of it. It comes down to just getting a little bit more value out of support ults. The Kitsune rush came at the end before Irony got their Kitsune, and then the Kitsune was thrown down. To be dead honest, when you have Sim TPs in and all of the stuff and people on fire, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. So there's a couple moments where I think the Falcons kind of screwed up their support ultimates, but then they cleaned it up in the last stage. But it was kind of really cool to see Stalker get caught out a couple different times. It's not something you normally see from a player of that caliber.
But I mean, also just a very different look here. I mean, I say very different, but being forced into the mirror, they are able to win it, but Falcons, you know, being shown that they can bleed. They dropped that around there, so still positives to take away from the side of Yeti, but can they get the map win? We're going to find out, because when we come back from the break, we're going to be diving into Hollywood of all maps, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we are back and ready to go here into map number 2. Falcons able to take down a victory 2-1. They're on Lijiang Tower, but Yeti have made this squad bleed. They got that 1-round victory, but now we get ready to go in here to Hollywood. A very different pick, but Yeti maybe having something a bit different planned for us.
You definitely think there's something up their sleeve, or they just don't want to run a mirror and run like King's Row. But King's Row, I don't know, you could run the Sigma on. It's a very curious pick. I think it's the first time we've seen it in Korea, at least.
I believe so.
Unless I'm forgetting something. I think I would have recalled it maybe once in like week 1 is possibly, but yeah, to me the question is not first point on hybrid. I think you can run exactly what they just ran with the teleporter, and it's just gonna be interesting to see how second point shakes down. But now I think about it, you can just teleport up to the second rooftop too. Like, here's the thing: is you have to go up top at some point. Otherwise, you're just getting rained on from above. And it's just a matter of how do you do it? Do you go with your team on the elevator? Do you teleport up? Do you have a dive tank that can put pressure up there and knock them off? The bottom line is people are going to have to fight over those rooftops, and it's usually 2 rooftops, and you have to win 2 fights to be able to do it. So I'm super stoked to see it, and I think maybe Yeti doesn't have something up their sleeve. Maybe they just like this map better for the comp.
Maybe we're just completely wrong, and maybe they have nothing prepared. We'll see. But Hanmin's still going to be in here. We're not going to be seeing Smurf coming in quite just yet. Maybe once we go over to push, that's where we saw him subbed in yesterday. Maybe he'll come back in. Granted, he came in and he also just played Malga, so it wasn't like they had anything super crazy prepared for that one. I think they just wanted to give him some play time. But we'll have to just wait and see as we get ready to go into this one. I'm having my fingers crossed that Yeti do have something a bit more unique coming into this. I'm hoping that they have something that they can put on display that other teams are going to look at and say, oh, actually, this is a great idea. Let's try to iterate on this, just because then maybe we'll get some more Hollywood in the mix. Because while I do love King's Row, I think it's a perfect map, I've been seeing way too much of it. So I'm happy to change things up. I'm happy to have a bit of a different look here because, you know, Sinpreza only plays like every other day when we have Korea matches on. So I get my Midtown every now and then, but I haven't been doing my Hollywood.
And Midtown looked like a good map for this composition too. If you want to run Sojourn and Maga, it looked like a pretty solid map for it. Maybe we'll get some Widow v Widow when you get to third point here on Hollywood. The super long sightline can be an issue to deal with. Again, maybe
that might be bold of you, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Stalker,
one can
flashing
hope.
it for the time being.
I just like that you have the least controversial opinion ever about Kings being a perfect map.
I mean, it is.
When I find out someone doesn't like Kings, like rarely you'll see in a chat someone doesn't like Kings, I instantly think less of them.
Yeah, I mean, you don't say something wrong about King's Row. And you can't, and if you do, then you're just wrong. You're incorrect.
I'd agree with you, but we'd both be wrong.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, right now it's looking like a bit more of the same. It seems like Proper, yeah, still feeling like, okay, I have to be running this Sojourn, showing respect here over to Knife, and Stalker's going to be starting on Tracer. Recalls back. Okay, just a little bit of a scouting mission, and now it's going to be the Reaper.
Reaper, and then they switch over to the Moira too.
Oh, okay.
And the Sombra. Okay.
Okay, wasn't able to find too much value in the first map, so we'll see how it fares now.
Also getting a bit reminiscent of the zombie comp that used to be run with the Moira. This is much more deathfall-y. Proper, in the few lives he's had on Sombra, it has not been ideal.
Oh my god, 2 HP there from Knife. He's able to survive for a little bit longer. Chio eventually hounding him down, but Stalker, Hanbin all falling to the wayside here. Proper dead as well, so Falcons widely going to be held at bay. Looks like Proper is still going to be sticking with the Sombra for the time being. And this Knife will look to rejoin. But great first defense here for the side of Yeti.
They take those. As long as you're not letting Proper sit in front and farm, then I think you're playing it right. And again, they're just rotating around. Proper has not been charging very quickly. Yep.
Draw him down here to low ground, but with that overrun coming through, Han been able to find Knife. Now Viper going to be taken out. Stalker just leading the charge, just avoiding the knockdown. And, well, it was a good start to the defense, but unfortunately the second volley coming through from Falcons looks even better. Looks way more dominant. Instant picks coming through, and now the cap is going to be found.
And they're able to do that in the neutral, not even ultimates used in that fight, so they're going to have their win condition of an EMP ready whenever they like it, and so you get the cool little micro battle now of Sombra versus Lucio. Is Lucio going to be able to hide out of those EMPs? When does the barrier come down? When does the EMP come down? It's one of the matches within the match.
Okay, well, high ground control can be there for the side of Yeti, as you're talking about. So they can maintain that pressure. Falcons not really having any kind of, not having that Symmetra, not having that TP, does make things a little bit more difficult for them, because Stalker TPing up onto the high ground by himself doesn't necessarily feel like a good idea. So I'm curious to see how Falcons are going to pilot around this, but inevitably Yeti will have to come down to the low ground to be able to get this card, as we see right there from Donghak. Now in position. EMP at the ready. Donghak going low. Considering going to be coming through. Coalescence on the opposite side as Fielder looks to just try to keep everybody alive and maybe offer up some additional damage. Donghak playing this corner, just have the cage fight first and foremost. We'll go ahead and invest that, but now it's going to be Gio with the sound barrier, matched by Bliss on the opposite side. Overclock rolling here for Knife. HP bar is going to be going lower and lower, and Donghak is going to be the first one taken down. Hanbin finding the opening kill. TP forward, Death Blossom into the back line. Won't be able to find the elimination. Will we actually met with one there, as Knife does get the headshot through with the vestiges of that overclock. So Stalker going to be held at bay, but for now, a lot of space opened up, and even more going to be found as Bliss will get taken down. Fielder picked off, one found here for the side of Yeti, but they need a lot more than that if they want to try to slow up this cart. So Photon Barrier going to be invested, slide forward, Gio going to be taken down. Extraction coming through. The elimination will be found. It looks like some semblance of control going to be back here in Yeti's hands.
A little bit surprising that Falcons wasn't able to pull that off, because they got the perfect EMP that came down during the cage fight. It stripped off shields from the barrier. It's everything you want out of an EMP, but Yeti able to back up enough, keep Knife alive, and Knife just putting constant pressure even from a distance. Able to get a couple of straggler clear-out kills too. There was some progress pushed down by Falcons, but I think that fight should have gone the other way.
Well, Knife now in the cage fight. Trapped in here, trying to find an elimination, but the virus from Proper will be able to take him down in the end. Hanbin will get picked off. Gio under some fire here as Viper's trying to get into the back line, trying to find these eliminations. Sliding around the back here alongside Bliss and Irony. Looks like those will be eluding them though, as Hanbin could be swapping over onto the Doomfist. Card's still gliding forward though, but he wants to be able to rejoin a little bit faster. Drop down now as the contest does come through. Turrets set up. Looks like Falcons widely happy with the position that they find as the EMP. Now he's going to be coming across, but not going to be getting too much of anything there as Knife pulling out that overclock is able to find the eliminations coming through. I think it was Suzu actually from Irony to clear things off, basically cleansing everybody of that EMP. And now the turnaround gets ready to come in as Stalker is going to be able to collect 2 kills. Sunbury had to be used there. Bliss not quite having his online means that the fight win goes the way of Falcons.
It's been a pretty interesting chess match so far with all the swaps and picks, but the one question I do have, as good as Knife has played, can you really play a cast? I guess if you're going to play it, at least you're not playing it into a Sojourn here, but the Reaper's just so much more consistent damage, and it helps so much more with the fights onto the opposing tank. But there have been a couple players that have been a little bit stubborn trying to run the Cowboy.
Yeah, instant dink coming across. Stalker going to be forcing the Wraith form there. Making his way out as Hanbin is taken low. I mean, you have a really nice large hitbox. So just go ahead and try to build up your ult on him. As we do see that cage fight invested, but not really getting the catch onto anybody there. Going around the backhand side. I mean, Hanbin, you are very low on HP, my friend, and he just goes pushing forward still and pays the iron price for it. Now Knife just pushing all the way up here outside of the spawn room door. Stalker with the Death Blossom is able to find 2, so punishing the overstab. Now the push going to be opened up here for the side of Falcons. Oh, Yeti just a bit too aggressive. It was looking so good, but with one little press of a cue, Stalker turns the tides.
Getting value out of Blossom is enormous. Now Falcons are set up for the next fight. The EMP has to be huge, but as you mentioned, like that Suzu from Irony was clutch as well. There's a lot of ways to negate an EMP. Wouldn't be surprised if... Yeah, there it is.
Okay, sends it out, but not really catching anybody, or the Suzu cleanse is just instant. Away, Knife able to find Proper. Bunker going to be taken down there as well. As Hanbin falls, so a 2-for-1 trade out here in Yeti's favor. Looking for a little bit more as well, as the dink goes across there on the field. They're just whittling away at that more HP bar. Full exit strategy now in play here for the side of Falcons. If they're going to be able to make it out, but it looks like Stalker will not be allowed to. Big headshots coming in. Falcons collect that one, but now they're looking through the knife with this one. Gio drops in the beat. They're down at DPS, but the gauge fight as well going to be invested. Locking Donghak, or rather Donghak trying to lock Hanbin in place, but he's just so damn low, he ends up falling. That missing identifying which one pulled the trigger on that one. As Hanbin now Falcons ready to have his own cage fight available. Kitsune Rush out from the side of Irony. The Rush coming through, just diving into the back line. Now the cage fight invested, blocking them away from this cart. But Rejoin comes in, Bonehack joining the fray. Hanbin going to be taken down, but Viper going to be traded out. Stalker's able to find that elimination for a little bit more, and already builds up yet another Death Blossom. Decides to pull the trigger on that one. Bliss going to be now taken down as Knife, in desperation, tries to go over to the Reaper to try to delay the cart push, but cannot make it happen. So Falcons make it to the end of the map here with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
I don't think I've ever seen fights take place there on that map. That one weird corner behind the RV. What a strange place to initiate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it though.
Oh,
lock
it
people
absolutely
in place
works.
in that position, stop them being able to get that card touch. I mean, it caused so much chaos there for the side of Yeti that it was difficult for them to deal with. But I mean, Stalker, this was the moment that things really fell apart for the Yeti. This over pursuit, just kind of getting trapped in the Death Blossom fighting value. This very much spiraled this defensive hold for the side of Yeti.
And it was an interesting switch, too, because it looked like it was going to be a good catch to get people on the way out. Initially, Yeti was able to find one kill, and then Falcons just turned it around. Let's see the Junkrat, why not? But, I mean, so the fight taking place in that small corner is kind of reminiscent of how Falcons' composition wants to fight. The smaller the area, the happier they are. With a Reaper and a Moira, you'd rather just get into brawls and negate the advantage that Cass has at range. They did a really good job of keeping the pressure up and closing the distance whenever they have to.
All right, well, something tells me Viper going to be swapping off this, even though you have a nice juicy target on the opposite side with a large hitbox. So we'll be going over to the Genji for now. So, okay, never mind. Now it's going to be Cement. Debated. I thought we were going to get it. It was looking damn good yesterday between Alpha and whatnot. So maybe he was going to feed into that, but it will just be the Symmetra in the end.
Maybe on push. Genji on push looked really good yesterday.
Sure.
But mirrored compositions coming out for both squads. Can't really play a Sombra on the defense here.
TV forward, going aggressive here is Yeti. Back, Knife is trying to stay at arm's length, get that nice rail shot through, is able to find Proper, takes Geo damn low, but can't quite confirm that kill. We'll finally find him. Knife is trying to keep them in this push here, but eventually he will get taken down. Hanbin collecting that elimination, now Irony dead, means that Yeti is going to have to go for a reset after Don't Hack falls.
And Falcons is happy to fight in that room. If they want to take the initiation there, Falcons totally fine with it. Stalker put out a ton more damage on that Symmetra. Look at these percentages. That wall's going to be ready.
Yeah. I mean, just
the wall.
Defensive setups, and then, having those turrets in place, build up quick.
And the wall's going to favor Proper in this 1v1. It's been close between Proper and Knife so far. I'd say even Knife getting a little bit better of the Sojourn.
Oh, sure. I think, yeah, Knife right now has been looking fantastic in that regard, but needs to have some further impact here. It's going to be up onto the high ground. Disruptor shot coming down. Getting ready to come through as Yeti looking at the cap. Hanbin now going in for the rush. That photon barrier just come through, and Viper going to be the first one taken down. Chio tagged low, but Knife unable to find that elimination. Bliss does finish it though, and now Hanbin going to be taken out. So it's actually a trade up here for the side of Yeti as they look for a bit more. Stalker falling. Donghak finding two there in the fight, getting the stun out on the Proper makes him an easy target. Now the cap will come through. So it's going to be about 4.5 minutes here as Yeti finally do manage to break through, get this cap, and all it took was a Kitsune rush.
You're always thrilled if you can just get by with a single ultimate. That Kitsune rush was perfect, and when you're in these tank mirror matches, any bit of damage help you can give your tank is going to be that gets it over the edge. Obviously, the sustain from the Magas with Berserker. They're gonna fight this.
I mean, they're fighting right out in front of the respawner here now. As Bliss will get taken down. Cage fight invested here. Donghak not wanting to be hindered any further. Wants to try to just win this one out, but Cinerush was committed. They continue to play forward as Proper building up this rail. Is looking for a target, but getting too much energy on that one. Now, Hanbin as well, investing cage fight. Sound barriers out on both sides, but Hanbin just absolutely ripped to shreds, ends up being taken down. Overclock, the overclock is the disruptor shot. Proper finds 2 eliminations. Viper and Donghak both going to be taken down. Falcons continuing to maintain this forward hold for a little bit longer, but eventually are going to have to backpedal without their tank.
I think that disruptor shot went into the cage fight, if I saw properly, and just having people stuck there and sit in it, that's brutal. The cage fight from Donghak got proper, but didn't really do anything to him. He was still able to sit high ground and peek behind the post, so even though he was isolated and in the cage fight, not really hurting that badly, he's still able to find targets. Huge advantage now is going to be the Kitsune rush, but where do you try to initiate here? Can you go up top and try to rush across the bridge with it, or you just, I think you have to wait for Falcons to drop down and then drop the Kitsune on him.
Oh. Looks like they are going to be going for that high ground approach, so Kitsune is going to be invested there. But immediately push back off this high ground, but now that they go right back up off the elevator, Viper's able to find 2 kills. Stalker, Hanbin both going to be taken out. Fielder finished off as a melee hit comes through. Wilson going to piece of the action as well. So very nicely done. Kitsune rush finding an immense amount of value here for the side of Yeti as they're making decent time right now here on Street's phase.
Able to save this wall too, so Stalker can cut them in half at any given time. Yeah, Fielder's Kitsune is going to be the next big ultimate. They're going to have to use teleport out. So they want to go up top, but
the high ground,
someone's got to touch.
That card is getting closer and closer. Now the wall is coming through. Viper instantly dealt with Geo. Some advantage there. With that, going to be Symmetra. Now the swing around the back side of the boxes here. Bill's going to be found as Knife and Donghak get cleaned up. It's like some exit attempts here from the supports. We'll be able to make it out to safety. Well, Falcons in control, but this is a decent time bank to have to try to chew through, given that the card is just a couple meters away from that point B. Falcons have their work cut out for them if they want to finish the map right here. Proper, nearly getting his head taken off. Decides to slide back wisely off that angle.
Yeti's going to take this low angle to try to get inside the house. But I think they're going to have to rotate all the way through, yeah.
Okay, we get through the saloon. Hanbin worked lower and lower, but now Kitsune rush coming through from Fielder helps keep him alive. Proper as well. Getting a headshot means the Bliss gets taken down. Overclock going to be built up here for both of these Sojourns, but Yeti not going to be able to commit in with this fight. They need that Lucio for the move speed, but now everybody is widely contained within the saloon. It looks like Knife is going to go ahead and pull the trigger on this one, but now Stalker finding Viper. Irony going to be taken down. And this overclock is not going to find any value, unfortunately, for Knife. He's not going to be able to get the kill. He'll just be met with one as Proper eventually does snipe him down, and Donghak as well now in a rough position is going to be able to trade one back and actually keeps his life intact. I thought for sure he was going to be eliminated there.
I mean, it's still getting used to a tank that can do that much damage with hit scan. That is not something that these players are necessarily super used to, but Falcons is going to have overclock and cage fight. Can drop down at any time, wait up this Kitsune.
Back into it, cage fight now available. Again, going to be the initial pick coming through. Cage fight invested, but Hanbin going to be taken down, so everybody else now needed to drop onto the low ground to try to keep this one contested. A Knife falls, Bliss, even with that sound barrier, keep everybody alive. Donghak still relatively healthy here. Has to just backpedal. Swaps now coming in. Viper moving over onto the Tracer just to try to rejoin. They know that they're running out of time. There's only 10 seconds remaining, and somebody's going to have to get the touch.
And Stalker's going to have wall for this too. Going to be able to isolate Donghak if the initiation comes from the Maga.
Okay, the touch is in. Overtime forced out. 3 meters left to go. Is Bliss able to find an opener? Stalker going to be taken down, and that's going to be the wall now out of the equation here for the side of Yeti. Can they persevere though? Fielder able to focus down Donghak, finding that elimination. Proper though, caught back boxes. Viper coming up with the kill. Fielder just trying to play elusive, trying to play safe, trying to keep himself alive and in this fight to build up for that Kitsune rush, but he does get picked off. Right, going to be traded on the opposite side. Stalker now looking to rejoin the photon barrier. Already going to be invested in Geo. Going lower, trying to stay elusive. Gets Irony of all people and actually stays alive. Keeps himself in the fight. Bliss now taken down. Viper dead. The OT bleeds away. And a nail-biter finish here from the side of Falcons, but they are able to move up now 2-0 in the set.
Trying to get used to this meta, trying to understand exactly how it works and who's getting value. I do think that the cage fights overall from Hanbin were just a little bit better, especially the last two from Donghak. Not getting anything. I think he was... There's not really a great choke to throw those down in, especially for the offensive tank. Ended up using them in the room a couple times, and that sim was just dominating the room. There was a couple times they tried to rotate through that doorway because you don't want to take all the chip damage coming in, especially even with the Maga on the field. Now that chip damage can really add up from a distance. But they tried to get through that door a couple times with cage fight. just meters away from the carts, and they never were able to isolate a target properly. I think that's kind of how this comp is supposed to play, just isolation plays. I mean, the Lucio can get in, and you can cage fights. Still trying to figure it out, especially seeing it on Hollywood was a little bit of a surprise too. But overall, the support play from Falcons is just top tier, and they're getting kills. That Chio kill towards the end was critical.
Yeah.
Even had Yeti been able to come back in at full force, both support ultimates were up. They were just getting a little bit more value, squeezing a little value out of it, and just really getting first picks a lot better, taking down the opposing Symmetra, taking down the opposing damage, because once those are down, you have no worries if you're Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, still though, very narrow margins. Both of these maps so far here from the side of
Yeah,
it's they're putting up a really solid fight. I mean, even already forcing Proper off of that Sombra initially back on Lijiang Tower and forcing him into the Sojourn. Granted, do you want to play against Proper on Sojourn all the time? Probably not, but you forced his hand. You made him have to bring that out, so that's already a big win here for the side of Yeti. But that map win still eluding them here versus Falcons. For now, the flawless run is still active. If they can pick that up here on push, it's just going to be this massive streak that continues to get built up. But with the way that Yeti are playing right now, I don't know. I think, honestly, they might be able to draw blood. They might be able to win out on push.
They've looked a lot better. If this, if I didn't know it was Falcons versus Yeti, I wouldn't assume this, because Falcons are getting pushed to the brink a little bit. It may be, and we'll have to learn as the meta goes on, as the days go on, there are some metas that are kind of equalizers from the top teams to the bottom teams. And like GOATS kind of comes to mind, that middle of the pack teams are all going to be okay at GOATS. But then there's like two teams that are really good at it. But sometimes these metas will come in where everyone's mirroring it and it's kind of equal, and the razor's edge, like, if your sim gets a turret in one spot and the other team doesn't, like, that could be enough for a fight. And also, I think just, we mentioned it coming into this match, Knife is a Sojourn god. Like, it's been kind of crazy to watch how good Knife has been. And so the meta lends well to what looks like right now his best hero.
Yeah, I mean, looking damn strong. I mean, a couple of nice moments there as well from the setup proper, but the Sojourns have very much been dictating a lot of the pace here. But we'll see what happens, what they have prepared for us, and whether or not Smurf is going to be coming in as we get ready to go into map number 3. But first, we have a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and going into map number 3. Falcons out with a lead, but not necessarily in the fashion that we had expected. We have seen pretty much dominance in just about every single series so far from the Falcons, aside from this one, aside from when they squared off against Runaway. But right now, Yeti are playing a very close game, but that map victory is just ever so slightly eluding them.
The pick for, Smurfs coming in, I don't know if that tells us anything, but the pick for Falcons, yeah, so, but it didn't change anything. Like, Smurf came in and they just played the exact same comp. It might be a case of where you're starting to see, at the very least, Smurf, you get push maps, right? Keep players engaged and allow them to scrim. Also, push maps do lend themselves a little bit more towards dive switches, if that is going to happen, to have the versatility. Coliseo, I think we might not 100% see Mauga here. This has been a very good Orisa map, and I don't necessarily see that changing on center, but still trying to grasp what teams want to play. Like, on paper, Mauga just got ultra buffed, right? So that's all that happened. So I think players just looked at the patch notes and was like, guess we're playing Mauga now.
Well, if you can't tell, this fan, big fan of Smurf, basically wrote out his entire resume on this card, all of his accolades and achievements throughout the years of playing. So I've been watching him for a very, very long time there. I imagine are very happy to see him back on stage. Maybe it's in his contract. Maybe he says he always has to play at least one map, so they're just going to go ahead and bring him out here for push. He's the closer, not the opener, I guess.
Remember when both of those guys were in the league?
Yeah.
That was always fun. It's like, please play against each other. I don't know why, but it makes me happy to see that happen.
Sometimes when you have the names that just kind of line up with each other, it's always great. I mean, we had Carpe Diem for a bit, you know.
Well, I mean, that was intentional. They were like best friends, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, I miss the days of Cool Matt. The most tilting name on the planet. You know, that's why he chose that name, right? Was because it was, you'd hate losing in a lobby to a guy named Cool Matt. It just bugged you somehow. All right, so Falcons has this map choice, and this is a map that Runaway has been going to a lot, so I wonder if they've been scrimming a lot on it. Runaway actually had a pretty cool strat on this map of literally just not taking second point. They're just refusing to push the payload any further and always taking fights in a favorable position. They didn't want to run it down center. They didn't want to play that. They would always just take these side pushes, and it was actually really interesting to see a team kind of just refuse to push the map on or push the bot on push. Okay, yeah. I like the Orisa here. I think Orisa can still work on this map.
No, she certainly can. It's just a matter of, does it work into this Mauga once again? He's a different player. Smurf again, just coming through the play push. He's just going to be playing the exact same thing. So he and Hanbin just sharing duty. It would seem here. The neutral fight will open things up now. It's proper. Sticking with the Sojourn, just going to be hunting for an elimination, but see if Yeti is going to be able to kind of ham-fist this comp into success. No one plays the bot. There we go. Thank you, Dong. Finally moves forward and starts getting this push going.
That's the center fight. You have to be so careful. These Sojourns are definitely looking at each other for these sight lines. So teams are going to be extremely patient. Stalker gets knifed.
Yeah, just spamming that right click. Snipe can be taken down. That definitely opens things up here for the side of Falcons, who very swiftly retake a lead. While we're on the hunt looking for a target, but Bomb keeping him honest. It looks like he will drop down off the high ground here for now, so Belhack can get a decent little position, but he'll have to move down and try to intercept this bot here eventually, and it looks like Archway is going to be the position they want to try to get the catch in. Stalker going to be tagged up, take him low, teleport go. They were out to play a little bit of ring around the rosy, look to take that high ground away, and for now Yeti say, okay, no problem. We'll just go ahead and take the bot and start pushing ourselves.
The teleporter to go to essentially what is Sojourn's corner, and you don't even have to go through it. The threat of the teleport is usually enough to make the Sojourn power slide out.
Curious if this was intentional. Either way, Viper hitting the dupe, ends up with the Lucio. Considering Rush now going to be coming through. Smurf going to be tagged up instantly. Taken down. Fielding now Magic on the opposite side of the sound barrier is going to be invested in Geo. The Using that one up very quickly here compared to Bliss, who's still hovering around 70%. Slide forward proper, in behind knife. Smurf going to be traded out, however. Now Overclock online. Viper actually lifting up over the top of Suzu there from the Irony, keeping him protected long enough to be able to find the elimination, but now does get taken down on the backside there by Fielder. For now established for the side of Yeti, as Javelin going to go wide. Stalker TPing forward, trying to get in on top of this Orisa. Saying, well, you can't really mitigate my damage, so you force to respect me. Forces him back here for the time being, but Yeti will be able to recollect their players and get back into this fight where the sound barrier can come into play.
That sound barrier is going to be enormous. It's still all about the Sojourn re-Sojourn here, especially at mid-fight with these long sight lines. Both about to have overclock right now. Knife versus Proper has been a joy to watch. And I think Yeti, they could just initiate the beat here.
Okay, well, Overclock out on both sides. Photon Barrier now coming in play as Dolhak nearly got taken down. Backpedaling in here for the side of Yeti. Trying to keep everybody alive. Sound Barrier now committed. Bliss. No shields up, but it's going to be TP now onto the high ground. Stalker looks to take some space and looks to try to keep them honest. Driving to the backside there. Smurf goes rushing forward, but Gio is going to get caught up in the fray. Knife with a rail shot. Able to find the elimination there, but then it's going to be traded out. Smurf finds the kill, but it's two more. Now on top for the side of Yeti. 3 for 2 in their favor. Bliss dead there on the back end. Don't have to able to find Proper, so a bloody back and forth here between the squads, but Falcons, they do manage to establish a lead here off this push, even though they lose the fight in the end.
And even Smurf coming in late to stall that. They seem to understand really where the map is won and lost. Totally fine there to throw that in. Falcon's going to be up huge on Kitsune Rush and Barrier. They know this, and it should just be as simple as opening with Kitsune, and then if Yeti doesn't leave, then you still end up getting bot control back on the center point. Not much to mitigate the Kitsune Rush when it comes in here.
Yeah, barring some instant headshots coming out Knife, who already starting off the fight, going to be taken quite low. Bliss as well, getting tagged up, but Proper unable to stay on that line. Duke now coming through, Viper this time. Get one out here onto the Malga. Instantly has to exit. See, we've seen how quickly you can build up a Duke towards that cage fight, but instead he's going to get locked in the place. Smurf commits his into this one, and now Viper going to be taken down. So look for a little bit more TV around the back. There's the overrun, the dive forward, looking for those knockdowns, looking for that damage. For now, it's just going to be complete utter chaos here on the bot. Now, go ahead, add another wall into this one. The sound barrier in from Gio as well, shielding up everybody as the photon barrier helps keep them protected additionally. That just really tries to keep everybody in this fight. Sound barrier shielding from the side of Yeti. Going to be expiring now as Falcons continue to usher the bot forward. Backpedal continuing here for the side of Yeti, and with the overclock pop, Proper is able to very swiftly find an elimination on the knife. Hits Viper as well. And looks for the Lucio, and he will be rewarded. Bliss going to be taken down. A team kill flying across your screen. That's going to be Team Falcons now continuing the push and very likely grabbing this checkpoint for themselves.
Viper is off the Sim now, over to the Reaper, trying to just get as much damage as possible. Knife has to use this overclock. Not in the greatest position though, but Fielder's just drops right in front of him.
Yep, still going to be rewarded, but I mean, Falcons have shown time and time again, they're not necessarily that bothered by these kinds of fight wins going over to their opponents, given that they have the advantage. So as long as, you know, they kind of feel like as long as we can get back over to the bot and stop them before they start pushing towards the lead again, we're in a decent position. Stalker now going to be matching that Reaper on the opposite side. So Sims out of the fight, Proper back over onto this Sombra. As Knife maybe in a position to, once again, have a bit more free reign. Play around some longer sight lines. Trying to push forward. Tagged up just a little bit there, but avoids the virus coming through. But there's a dive in as Smurf goes in with the overrun. Consider rush there on the back end. Go ahead and just further reinforce this push. Gio finding Viper. Donghak going to be taken down. A Stalker just, I mean, it's just rapid fire shotguns here. Midfield are going to be the only casualty. As again, fight victory goes the way of Falcons.
Overrun's pretty good, huh? Does a lot. I was so surprised to find out it did critical damage if you hit the center of it, and also knock down. I think that might end up being the high skill expression, because everyone can aim at this level, but like, are you canceling your overruns? Are you hitting your overruns and getting the value out of it? Especially the crits does healing passive, so yeah, Smurf just goes in there and deletes. Speaking of delete, Proper's got EMP ready.
He does, but he's going to be taken down. Might be find the opening kills. Coalescence is there to back him up there from Irony. Viper trying to get the Lockdown here onto Stalker. Eventually, it's going to be Knife who actually collects all 3 eliminations thus far here in the fight. A little bit of time by coming through from the supports of the side of Team Falcons, but inevitably they will die as Chio leading down. Yeah, will fall. So kill's going to be found. Push resuming here at long last for the side of Yeti, but still a good amount of distance they have to try to cover.
It's so difficult. I think that's why a lot of teams don't really go all in on this point on offense, because the defender's advantage is just huge to have this high ground and to be able to contest from this area.
Okay, let's go to the cage fight coming through, but Death Blossom invested from Stalker, rewarded with 2 kills. Viper able to find 2 of his own here on the back end, but pushed away down onto the low ground, trying to just TP out towards safety. Will eventually be found there as Chio collects the kill. Getting themselves close. I mean, just not that much distance really separating the 2 teams. Less than 20 meters remaining here for the side of Yeti, but time is out dwindling. 2 minutes about to be left in the clock. Have some ults to try to utilize, though, as Knife fearlessly pushing forward, able to intercept that bot, stop it from moving even closer towards that checkpoint, which is yet to be reached from Falcons.
No, Falcons just refuses to fight in a spot that they don't have to. That's the huge advantage of having a lead on push. You can just leave when the other team's trying to initiate, and it doesn't really matter unless the team wins 2 fights in a row on you.
Great walk, Death Blossom at the ready, pushes forward, goes ahead, drops that one in, but Chio will find the elimination. Hack at the same time, going to be able to get the better of Smurf. Now the Coalescence rolling from Irony, trying to keep the rest of the players alive, and Stalker will get caught up in the crossfire. That collecting himself with the 2nd kill. Proper now trying to stay in this one, trying to build up towards that EMP, but eventually we'll just go ahead and get taken out by the melee hit. They're gone. Again, distance opened up here. Yeti pushing forward and without a contest here immediately from Falcons. That should be checkpoint as well as the lead gained here for Yeti.
We'll see. I think Chio's going to try to go to the outside and get a touch here.
Okay, the contest in just 2 meters now, separating a knife's edge between these 2 teams. Is the EMP going to be dropped in? A Knife himself going to be the first one to fall. The overrun coming in, finds the elimination. Viper going to be taken down. Donghack dead on the back end. There's no way for Bliss to try to stay alive, so 50 seconds remaining. It's going to have to be a last-ditch effort here for the side of Yeti as Falcons just try to get this bot as far away from the push as they possibly can.
I mean, yeah, sorry.
I lost for words.
They're just letting Yeti push, you know, once they decide that they don't want to fight right here or fight in mid, and Yeti still has to get another like 2 fights to win.
Knife.
That's huge.
Yeah, dead off the rip. The sound barrier now coming from Bliss. Death Blossom layered in to just try to clear up all of this shielding here, and Stalker will be able to find an elimination for a bit more, but with that cleanup coming through, 10 seconds remaining, the bot will once again move up here for Falcons as they rush their way over towards the spawn room doors. They're expecting these delay tactics coming in, but they already forced out the recall from the Tracer, and I don't think anybody else is going to be able to get there in time. They cannot. Narrow margins again here for the side of Yeti. So very close to being able to get these map wins, but it's still Falcons maintaining their flawless streak as they get yet another 3-0.
A much stronger showing from Yeti than I was expecting. I think they have a pretty good read on how the meta works, and if this meta stays as it is, I think Yeti's got a fighting chance in every map, because when you have a Sojourn playing like that, you're going to have a chance. Also, the support line played pretty solid for Yeti, and they've been an issue for me watching them over the last couple of weeks. I thought Irony was getting a lot of value out of the Kiri, and yeah, to go toe-to-toe when you're not mirroring and the Moira's on the other side and the Kiri's still able to keep people alive, it's pretty impressive stuff. So Yeti, I mean, there's no points for Valor, but I do want to give them some credit for fighting this Falcons team closer than most other teams. I think closer than anyone else except Runaway.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at who our player of the match is. And I think that it's going to be a bit of a different look. Proper not able to collect it this time around. It's going to be Fielder, who's having a whale of a time in some of those early maps, especially every time this guy brings out the Moira. Those coalescences, they're so rapidly built up and they find so much value. So Fielder able to take this one down.
Yeah, in Barrier Watch, Moira can be king. There's so much value to be had with the coalescence, and just the escapability is super great for Moira. I think she's really strong hero right now. Obviously, you're giving up some stuff like the Suzu, which is really critical, and you're giving up pure damage output. but Fielder's healing in those small rooms, it goes back to even control. Whenever they would choose to brawl in a small area, the Moira was just getting enormous value from the orb to the actual left clicking. And then Fielder was charging up at an insane rate, even for Fielder. And a team wants to drop a cage fight, they want to drop a sim barrier, go ahead. Here's Coalescence, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, the Cole just being able to go through pretty much everything is absolutely monstrous at the moment. But Fielder just rolling with the punches, says, yeah, I can play just about everything at a top level. You don't want to play against my Kiriko? Okay, I'll bring out the Moira. You don't want to play against my Moira? Okay, I'll go back over to the Kiriko. And then, even has, of course, the Ana there in the back pocket, should they ever decide that isn't going to be necessary. But a well-deserved player of the match here, I think, for the side of Fielder. I think it's going to be a very strong argument for Stalker as well. I think especially there on Coliseum, really starting to come into his own and was popping off a bit more like we saw him yesterday. But for me, I think it had to be Fielder. I think the consistency was there across the entire series from him.
Yeah, completely agree. On the Stalker note, like, the Reaper looked good, but it's really hard to gauge a really good Symmetra play. But he was consistent in consistently getting a ton of damage on the Symmetra, and those barriers came in clutch. But the support line, every time I look at this Falcons team, I'm like, which is the best part of their team? And then one day I'm like thinking it's the tanks, and the other day I'm like, it's clearly the damage. Another day it's the support line. That's how absolutely stacked and loaded this team is. Chio was fun to watch in this matchup too, being very aggressive and getting a lot of work done. The support line, having played together for so long, have been champions together. Like I said, it makes them feel nigh unkillable. You almost don't even have to calm when you're playing this long with each other. You just know where the person's going to be. You trust that Lucio is going to be there to save you. You trust that the Kiriko is going to be there to save your Lucio if they get aggressive. So the synergy is off the charts.
Yeah. Very nicely done, as we will just continue to stare here at Fielder with a thumbs up as the highlights get ready to roll. I think we probably have quite a bit to try to pull from, so everybody's still working to get those assembled. So we can take a closer look at some of the individual plays here from the side of Fielder. But yeah, I think we always say this when we have a series like this. We said this for Runaway versus Falcons right off the rip. Like, this is one of those matches where the scoreline does not tell the story. Okay, I guess we don't have highlights. Instead, we're just going to go straight into the interview, so I will hold my thought. Let's go ahead and hear from Fielder as we pass it back over to the translate.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I am back with the first POTM interview of the day with, of course, Team Falcons taking the victory. And Team Falcons POTM is Fielder. Please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 킬러를 맡고 있는
Hello, I am the support player for Team Falcons, Fielder.
네, 축하드립니다. 자, 오늘 사전 인터뷰 때 코치님이 말씀하신
In the team rep interview, it was
오늘 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
the team rep interview. Team Falcons said that it would be an easy victory. So how do you feel?
이것저것 할 수 없었는데 그래도 오늘 좀
We didn't really have time to prepare different picks, but the fact that we were able to win easily made me very happy.
그런데 패치 이후에 어떤 점들을 팀 팔콘은 주로 신경 쓰고 있는지
What did the Team Falcons focus on after the new patch?
막 그렇게 신경 쓰고 있진 않고
Nothing in particular.
메타 뭐가 어떤 영웅이 좋은지 약간 이런
But instead we focused on figuring out the meta and formed our strategies around that.
영웅들 위주로 피지컬을 앞세워서 이제 다 부숴버리고 있다. 이렇게 이해해도 될까요?
Can we understand it as figuring out what's strong and relying on your microgame? And Fielder replies, microgame and the macro game.
힐러 POTM이 나왔어요. 필더 선수가 정말 차지를 했는데
Today,
모이라, 키리코로 오늘 경기 술술 풀어 가셨습니다.
the healer, or obviously the support, receiving the POTM with your Moira and Kiriko play. And did you think that you would receive it? And he says, I think that the DPS would receive it because it's more of a DPS meta. And with the Kitsune Rush and the orbs, you made it very tricky for Yeti. So do you have any tips for the players? And I just said, I just play it by as how I felt. I relied on my feelings to play.
어떤 느낌으로 주로 쓰시나요?
그냥 뭔가 구슬 같은 거는 저희 팀이 뭔가 세게 맞을 것 같은 타이밍에
아, 미리
맞지? 예,
예상하고.
미리 던져놓고.
A lot of predictions coming out in terms of how he optimizes gameplay.
상대 궁이나 스킬에 따라서 다를 수도 있어서.
And it all depends on how the enemy use their ults and their abilities, so it's all situational.
하지만 오늘 정말 슈퍼 세이브 장면이 너무너무 많이 나왔어요. 제가 궁금한 게 이렇게 슈퍼 세이브를 하면 팀원들은 어떤 말을 해주나요?
Does your teammates compliment you when you make these incredible plays?
다 무덤덤 당연한 듯이 그냥.
아, 그냥 끄덕끄덕.
And the reply is that his teammates just, you know, it's just another day at work for them, so they don't really have a big reaction to such incredible plays.
라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그런데 오늘 또 치오 선수와 함께 이제 힐러진들이 많은 활약을 했는데 치오 선수에게도 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
Is there anything you'd like to say to your support duo, Chio?
아직 동생에게 좀 따뜻한 한마디도 부탁드려요.
And he says, "Good work."
따스하게.
네?
따스하게.
Can you be a little bit more friendly towards Chio?
좀 더 힘내자.
네, 좋습니다.
And he says,
살짝 따스해진
"Let's
것
keep working
같습니다.
harder."
자, 이렇게 오늘 단독 선두로 등극한 팀 팔콘입니다.
Team Falcons is at the top of the standings,
한마디 부탁드려도
the
될까요?
undisputed first place. So, is there anything you'd like to say to your fans?
강력한 선수들이 모였는데 그 모임만큼 좋은 성적으로.
We have incredible players gathered in one team, so we'll make sure
자, 지금까지
to
팀 팔콘의 필더 선수와 이야기 나눠봤습니다.
showcase
승리 다시 한번
that
축하드립니다.
incredible
감사합니다.
talent through our gameplay for the
네,
fans.
저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간
And that is
가지고
for
오늘
the
준비된
POTM
두 번째
interview with Fielder. And before we go into match 2, I'm gonna bring it back to the casters.
All right, thank you very much there, Quest. Good to hear from Fielder. Congratulations to him, of course, there on the victory. Just another day at the office, apparently, for those guys. But we have another match, of course, coming up. This is just the first series, so we will now have Genesis going up against Vesta. Don't go anywhere.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alrighty, we are back, and it's now time to go into our second series here of the evening. This time, we've got Genesis going up against Vec. Right now, Genesis, that win, still eluding them. Even with this stacked roster, just hasn't really found success yet. As they get ready to go up against Vec, we'll see if they're finally going to be able to put that one on the board, or if Vec can come up with a bit of an upset.
This is the easiest part of the Genesis schedule, so it would be really surprising if they can't pull it out here. This is a team that went 2-3 versus Runaway. The loss versus Poker Face was probably the one that was the most surprising to people, but Poker Face has been a good squad. But they get Vec, and then they get SPG going forward, then Yeti and FTG. So maybe if they can put it together and this meta kind of comes out for them, they could go 4-4 after a 0-4 start. It's going to have to start here, and Vec is a squad that you'd expect to beat. The question for Genesis is who's going to play tank for this team, Kalios or Kellen. I think they ran mostly Kellen yesterday, and it didn't. Yeah, and it did not look great. And Vec is a team that, like, I'm going to try to keep saying it into existence. Everyone's like, it's just going to be Maga 100%. It's just going to be Maga. You may very well be right. Let me be delusional for a bit. Vec is the team that, even in week 1, when it was all Doomfist Echo, Vec was running like Sigma, Zen, Anna, I think, on like King's Row and stuff like that. So if there is a team that runs something different, it might be Vec. So let me live in the world in which it might be possible for at least 30 seconds before we have to watch more Maga.
We'll have to just wait and see if that is going to be the case. But first, let's go ahead and get the players out on stage and get prepped for our coach and rep interviews here. But it's going to be Genesis making their way out. They've got their nice new jerseys.
Yeah, those are
go ahead
dope.
and put on display again.
Those are really cool. I was going to ask, man, you got to give me the hookup on some Korean merch, like the sweatshirt that says OWCS Korea Series. Like, hook it up. I'll pay for shipping.
Have that one, so I'm not sure where I could acquire it, but perhaps it's something that could possibly be arranged. As far as these jerseys, though, it'd be nice to see if they end up putting them out on sale so the fans can try to grab them up. But for now, I think it's just going to be, the players who are going to be rocking those ones. But back on stage again here is Genesis. The day off, the 0-4 Vec yesterday, didn't get to see them perform. Let's see, though, they've had a little bit of time to sit back and observe what the meta was going to be looking like before they came into today. And it looks like we're going to have some more sunglasses, some shades shenaniganry here on stage.
Those ones on the far right, what is it, deal with it glasses?
Yeah, pretty much.
Those are great. At least Vec's having fun, and they've been having fun for weeks.
Still having fun with it. I mean, you get the squad. You've got a bunch of very young players who are kind of in this position where they can play on stage for a lot of them for the very first time. So, yeah, expect that to be here is simply a good feeling, making their way through that open qualifier. But let's go ahead and we'll zoom in on Genesis. It looks like it's going to be Kellen starting once again. Like I said, we didn't really see Kalios at all yesterday, and it seems like as long as they're going to continue trending in this direction of the meta, Kellen likely just going to be sticking through.
For this team, you kind of know what you're going to get with Trisewan and Decay. They're pretty high level, although Decay has had a match or two where I don't recall saying his name much, so you'd like a little more consistent play from Decay. But really, you need your support line to play clean. You can't have mistakes. They have to play solid. Teru almost dragged this team kicking and screaming to a victory not too long ago after the horrendous night that he was crying on. Really redeemed himself. And Maka has been okay on Baptiste, but that's kind of where it begins and ends. You want solid play out of them, let your DPS line go to town. There are Vesta with all the numbers in their names. No subs for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, curious what they're going to be bringing to the table. I mean, Godum is somebody who, as you're kind of talking about regarding flexibility in tank lineup, doesn't have that much. Junker Queen is something that he's very much falling back on, but just given the current meta, I'm curious to see if his Malga is going to be up to snuff. But my eyes, especially after that last series where we were still seeing Falcons as well as Yeti kind of defaulting back into the Sojourn, my eyes go over towards the likes of Minute to see what kind of impact he's going to be able to have here in that DPS lineup.
Has definitely been the star for this team, has had giant standout moments, especially on that Sojourn too. So it's a hero that he's very comfortable on.
Yeah. We'll see if that's going to be coming back into play, but first let's go ahead and send it back over to Quest for the translations. We jump into the rep interview.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are back with the second team rep interview of the day. The match between Genesis versus Vec. And on Genesis' side, we have Kalios on stage.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 베스타크루의 달달
And
스무스님도
on Vesta Esports crew side,
안녕하세요.
and we have Dal Smooth on stage for the team rep interview.
네, 양팀 모두 반갑습니다. 자,
Welcome to both teams.
오늘 승리하게 된다면 1승을 드디어 정립할 수 있게
They will finally find their first W on the board if they win today's match.
각오도 들어보면 좋을 것 같아요.
Can you share some words of resolution? Showing a little bit of nerves for Kalios.
제 플랜에서는 이제 1승을 하는 플랜은 없었는데
I did not anticipate to take my team W or team's first W today.
그 각오를 열심히 할
So,
거고요.
but and if we lose today, we're going to blow up the team. Is what he said. It just shows how much he's desperate for that win.
지금 이제 킨을 약간 너무 고집하다 보니까 메타를 못 따라가는 모습을 많이 보여줬는데
We've shown that we've struggled to keep up with the meta.
메타의 흐름에 몸을 맡기도록 하겠습니다.
But this time we are going to rely on just following the meta for today's match.
적용 후에 첫 경기를 치르죠.
And for Vesta Esports crew side, this is the Vesta Esports first match on the new patch. So, are there any particular strategies prepared for today? The question goes for both teams. We prepared a lot for Team Falcons, but we didn't really prepare much for Vesta Esports crew. So we're going to stick to our game plan that we set up for Team Falcons and apply that for today's match. And as we can hear, the players from the Genesis side from the mic.
어제 대회에서 보면 또 이제 마오가 조합을 많이 쓰이기도 했잖아요.
And as we saw yesterday, for Vec,
조합 섞어가면서 한번 쓸 것 같습니다.
I think that we are going to
마우가 활용법
rely on Mauga
자,
for
지금까지
today's
제네시스의
match
칼리오스님,
and
그리고
just
베스타
follow
프로의
the
달리아
momentum.
선배님과 이야기
And that was the
나눠봤습니다. 자, 준비된
the
두
team
번째
rep
경기
interview
시작
between the
전에
two
이번
teams
경기
with Kalios and
한번
Daldo Smooth.
확인하시죠.
And before we go into the map veto, back to the casters.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I don't know if I want to see the team blown up, win or lose, but seems like they're very invested in being able to get this win, and I think that is unsurprising given just how many matches they've dropped.
And they've dropped close matches, which is also just the more gut-wrenching for them. I can understand the impetus. A lot of fans of this team probably think, well, yeah, blow it up. I mean, if you're 0-5 and you lose to Vec, sure, why not? The Vec pick of King's Row is what I was mentioning to maybe the saving grace of not going to have Mauga, but they just did confirm. Both Genesis said we're going to run the same thing, and then Vec said, yeah, we're going to mirror that. So, well, it's Mauga's world, we're just living in it.
We'll see if they're going to be men of their words or if they are going to be liar men in fact. So I'm hoping that they're going to be liars and they bring something out that's a little bit different here. This is a bit of a refresher here, a palate cleanser perhaps, but as we get ready to go to Lijiang Tower, it's likely is going to be that mirror. So we'll have to just wait and see for what happens once King's Row does roll around in that second map. But this has been very much the map that everybody's been favoring now across the last several weeks. We had some for a bit in the other regions, but for Korea, they say, nah, we're sticking with the classics. So Lijiang Tower are going to be coming out here once again to see which of these teams is going to be able to take that first step towards a match victory.
See, that's the sign meta. You have a sign so you can hide your face. I understand that impetus. Can you tell me what these say?
Fans of Vesta there. I can quite get to read the full thing. I think that one of them mentioned a birthday, but I didn't quite see if it was one of the players' birthdays or if it was their birthday, and they were asking for a victory as a gift. Either way, we'll see if they're going to be able to deliver on it, as this is a very large decay song.
Teamwork.
To cheer for him.
Teamwork getting it done. That is one of the questions going into this matchup is another team going to start playing around with the idea of Sombra? It's only been Falcons so far.
Yeah.
I think you're almost 100% running Sojourn where you can, but
I think
is it going to be Sim or Sombra?
Yeah, I think for Minute especially that would be a good pickup here for them. I was really curious to not see Lip just lean into that Sombra yesterday. I think it did deliver a lot more stumbles for the side of Black yesterday, but we'll have to just see what they're going to be bringing into this one. Dart, somebody that we've had our eyes on from time to time, is going to be the one who's widely piloting that Tracer. So I'm curious where he goes to. Probably will be that Symmetra if they are just going to be leaning into the full meta shift over here towards that composition. But we'll have to just wait and see if he's got something a little bit different up his sleeve. But for Vesta, my eyes kind of just have to go to Guram to see how he's going to be performing, because he has certainly had his struggles throughout the season so far.
And you can say the same for Kellen recently. Kellen only played the one match, but it didn't look all that great on the Mauga. So there's a possibility. And like I said, I think there's metas that equalize things a lot. When it's less about your enormous skill expression, it's less about coordination, it's even less about ults to an extent. You can just brawl a little bit, and I don't know, some people are calling this the Moats meta. I refuse to call it the Moats meta.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that one.
I'll think of a better name.
We'll have to workshop it a little bit more here, perhaps, but as the dubstep button has been pressed, it seems like we are finally ready to go ahead and jump into the action. We'll go into Lijiang Tower as, once again, on Control Center. All right, well, fans out for both sides. Looks like maybe a bit of a differentiation here. Vesta for now hovering the May. Oh, okay. Goodham's just going to be coming out with the Sigma here.
Okay. May's always good on this stage.
They're liars.
Not surprising.
All right, well, they're going to be looking for some control there. As Troy wanting to be thinking low into the ice block. He does go. They're going to be down to about half HP, but first blood is going to be found as good. He's going to take down Kellen, but the follow-up here from the side of Genesis is still looking damn good. Choice A1, however, can be stunned as good. Go ahead and add a second elimination here. Build up towards that. Genesis might just be able to get themselves first control, but Tedo now dead on the back end of this one is good. I mean, he's just been the only one finding elimination so far here for his team. Maywall coming up, but they have just enough of the gap to try to slink their way through. Teleport out there from Decay, trying to play elusive as that Death Blossom is nearly online. And first cap not able to be found. Now Kellen going to be taken down. And Vesta getting themselves the point here as long as they go back over and actually finish capping it. Not close, but with the kill on Namaka, yep, they will be able to lock this down.
Teru can't be dying there first. That's brutal. With this composition, you need the speed boost, you need the initiation, and I don't know, Teru was, I guess, trying to chase down Gurdom and just got rocked. Quite literally got rocked. That can't be happening. Blizzard's out.
Certainly cannot. But yeah, Blizzard's going to be invested here. Soundberry as well from off to try to go ahead and ensure that they can survive this one. As the Coalescence was out on the opposite side. Choice one being picked off as they can find a nice headshot here. Finally, Genesis going to be held at bay on the opposite side of the map. Coming through, and the Death Blossom from Decay is absolutely monstrous. Cleans up 4 kills off the back of the ultimate, and that's the most value that we've seen from a Reaper so far. Gets the cleanup. I believe that is going to be the ace just about for him, as that will be Genesis getting control of the point.
Immortality does almost nothing against a Death Blossom in that situation. It's just going to die immediately, and we've seen some people trying to run this Baptiste into this composition, and I think Wolf pointed it out great last night. He's like, what's the point of Immortality? It's just there for like half a second, and it gets focused down so quickly with all the damage you can put out onto it that it's really getting almost no value.
Yeah.
So maybe they want to use the Baptiste for the window. It might just be a comfort pick, which I think is what I'm leaning towards.
Inside track, though. So we're onto the point. The flip's going to be there for the side of Vesta. That's on barrier invested here from Choice A1 as Kellen dropped to the floor by the Flux. He's going to get taken down as Gurdom, able to find another 2 kills here for himself. Looks like Vesta going to be maintaining control of this one. So Genesis not able to hold it for very long at all. Only 24% built up for them.
Yeah, the Sigma's looking pretty sound right now, and really no great answer from Genesis. You can maybe cage match this, but Vesta's gonna, as long as they use their ults intelligently, they should win this round. They've got great ultimates and Blizzard and Beat ready to go.
Fight now invested. Coalescence thrown in. Gonna be the sound barrier out from office. Dagon takes a bit of damage, but yeah, Big Freeze is in. The Blizzard is locking Kellen up. Gonna take it down. Decay able to find one, finds a second. Taking will fall. Choice A1, however, now gonna be taken down, but Decay continuing to try to persevere here, not wanting to surrender this round. Knows that the enemy team is getting close, so he's just going to continue to fill up this kill feed. Gives a cheeky little wave over to Off, knowing that he's going to be exiting back, and Genesis will be able to regain control for now.
Well, they died on the point. Very, very good. They have huge initiation ultimates, right? They've got the photon barrier, I think that's what it's called, this cement for wall, and then you can use a window right behind it. So you're going to get windows and walls, the little John meta. See if Dagon can actually get value out of this Baptiste.
Right now, I think Genesis is certainly going to be sweating as they try to get this round win under their belt. But wall, yeah, barriers in, and Matrix is out. Kills going back and forth here between the two squads. So it starts able to collect 2. It's just going to be Maka and Kellen left standing forward here. This Flux going to be invested just to go ahead and be the finisher on it. Not yet coming in quite just yet, but it's will die. Will be regaining control here for the side of Vesta, but can they hold it is going to be the question. Mock's going to be tagged low. Kellen trying to lead the charge, goes rushing in here. Overrun. Really get the hit though, as Stark goes into that ice block to keep himself protected, and now they have the Blizzard for the retake.
They only need the single fights, and it's going to be it's up to the Lucios here. Your barrier initiation could be huge. Also, Teru has to live. They have to get a Blizzard out here. I think you fire Cole to get yourself the barrier. Yeah.
Coalescence now in. Sound barrier available here from the side of Off. The Immortality field getting cleaned up as Teru getting tagged low. Will go ahead and drop the beat. Almost got Ajax there as the Photon Barrier invested from Choice A1, who's playing up onto the high ground, trying to get the pick here on the Dagon. That wall actually working against him, unable to drop down fast enough. He ends up falling, and now Genesis steal this round out from underneath the Vesta's feet, in position, in pole position, to be able to get this win for so very long. But right here at the very end, seems like it's all going to come to a conclusion as Genesis, yep, will be able to confirm the victory there on Control Center, 100 to 98%.
not getting enough value out of the Baptiste, I think, is an issue. I think you're running the Baptiste because you want to be in this poke composition with your Sigma, and you want to get the damage done through the shield. But even that one amplification matrix that came up like a little bit near the high ground didn't seem like it was getting much done. And like I said, I don't think Immortality Field is good enough against a Reaper. It's just the damage throughput is just so high. How often did we see Immortality Field really save anybody?
I mean, yeah. Rough. I mean, tight knit though. It's good to see them coming out here with a very different composition and being able to have a decent amount of impact and play that round very closely. But now that we move over to this sub-map, yeah, it's going to be a bit more of a mirror coming through as far as the tank line is concerned. Waka's still going to be sticking through with that Moira. Dart over onto the Simba. Minute here on that Cassidy, something that he was having relative success with. He was playing it back over on Esperanza, and he's going to start things off quite nicely, finding the headshot there on the Tracer 1, but it's going to be punished as the case. They're going to find that elimination. Dart in the meantime, full beam charged up, just looking for a target, and Taro, I mean, pokes his head in, and gets taken down. Bloody back and forth here between the two squads, and so far, I don't think we necessarily know who's going to be able to get the lockdown to the point, because it's going to be inside track taken here by Genesis, and it widely looks like, okay, Vesta will make the call to just go ahead and surrender this for the time being.
They were going to take way too much poke on the way in if they didn't, if they tried to go over the bridge there, and if you lose those two heroes, you can't really push until they're back in spawn. So they wait. Nice rotation through White Room. Dart's got this barrier already. Dart has put in so much damage. Yeah. So much more. That's crazy.
Photon barrier now going to be coming through. Decay already down low and doesn't get any healing, I believe, after the Wraith Walk expires. So Minute will go ahead and quickly clean up that elimination. Haru keeping himself alive for the time being. His Coalescence now going to be invested from Maka. Flip is in. Vesta now in control here of the point as Minute's getting closer and closer to maybe being able to clear things out with that Deadeye. Sound barrier first and foremost going to be dropped in here from the side of off. Haru going to be picked off. Now Kellen taken down as well, as Dart is a problem here for Genesis. So now in control and likely can retain it for quite some time here is Vesta.
Genesis had a chance to deny that flip over on the point. It may only be about 10%, but those things might end up mattering in the end. Vesta's got a really good way in here if they want to Kitsune rush. So the wall comes up.
Around the side, Photon barrier in, as the overrun into the back lines here. So Decay going to be dropped through, and Decay again with the Death Blossom, finding an immense amount of value. Seems like the only Reaper out there that's able to get multi-frags with that ultimate at the moment. Cleanup is in. Genesis will be back in the driver's seat. Lead was very briefly taken here by Vesta. Genesis will be able to overtake once again.
Oh, what we wouldn't do for Flashbang back. Maybe stop some of these completely free Death Blossoms. Vesta's been unable to disengage from Blossoms correctly. That's on the Lucio there. And also, like, Minutes, if you're going to run this cast, then those headshots have to come in to dissuade a Reaper from feeling like they can just walk in and queue.
I mean, why have Flashbang when you have a Malga who can just run at you, TP in the back? Minute trying to be unpredictable here with the ult, but ultimately is not going to be able to find too much of anything there. Gone. Good with a cage fight, trying to lock them in place. So for now, are going to be trapped here on the point, but Genesis don't really mind that because they're still in control. They're still ticking up and taking this lead even further. Maka stunned as soon as he pops Coalescence, does end up having that one canceled, but Minute going to be taken out of Terror. Forward, flying the Cowboy on the opposite side. Dart gets the better there of Toysei 1. Now invests the Photon barrier as the boot back is going to be good there to try to mitigate that Death Blossom. And Dart, fully charged up, comes up with yet another elimination. In this one here for the time being, but they need to get this flip sooner rather than later. Genesis get themselves up towards 90%, but the flip finally going to be in as Dart. I mean, the only one really filling the kill feed from the side of Vesta keeps them in this.
A really nice disengage that time from Vesta to not lose a ton of people to the Death Blossom. Just a nice boop. That's all it really takes. So, whereas they've struggled before, fast re-engagement.
Yep, straight back in. Photon barrier going to be down. As Decay will be able to find an opening elimination here. Minute does end up getting dropped. Kitsune rushing to take them. They're trying to turn the tides of this fight, but now the Dart is out of the fray. That means that the damage is very much removed from the equation here from Vesta. A second swap from Minute moving over onto the Tracer, knowing that they are going to have to try to get this OT touch. Move back, though, denying off access.
Nice play. Vesta's going to have to run into a cage fight, too. So I think Kellen just needs to find whoever's coming in first to touch and just cage fight it immediately. Turn it into a 4v5 right away.
Touch was there from Minute. Off. Surviving. Dives back over. Grabs that mega health pack. Keeps himself alive in the cage fight now. In effect. trying to lock them off this one as much as they possibly can. Take on Dart, now Goodham going to be falling here to the wayside as the cleanup will continue. It looks like Genesis a bit more in the driver's seat this time around on Gardens, but still a strong fight being put out here from the side of Vesta.
The cage fight is becoming such an interesting ultimate because you don't want too many people in it. It's actually, I think it's really good to just do what they did there and just a single tank, just don't let them in, and you're probably going to win the cage fight no matter what if no one else bothers you. So I mean, the healing throughput's there. It's just kind of funny seeing tank v tank and 750 HP that's not going anywhere from either side.
Sorry, I just appreciated the girl holding the part that has the E sound of decay. Thought she was holding it upside down, but it was the one that said junk. But there we go. They fixed it as the Genesis fixing their trajectory there from the start of Lijiang Tower, because it was looking very rough. That control center way closer than I think we could have anticipated, just given the players that are here on this Genesis squad. But it was a very strong effort from the side of Vesta. I appreciate that they tried something a lot different compared to what we have been seeing as the meta. They come out, and I mean, Gurnham on that Sigma was finding an immense amount of impact, as well as Dart, both across the mate and the Symmetrics. Some very nice performances here from him, but not quite enough to be able to get a sub-map win. So it is a 2-0 on Lijiang Tower here for the side of Genesis in the end.
A little closer than we anticipated. I do think that's kind of what the meta is trending towards, is that the lower end teams are still gonna look much more competitive, because this meta is so much about if you can get the correct ult in, you're probably just gonna win the fight in a lot of situations. So eventually a team's gonna get their ults and win the fight. We're going to Kings. It is Vec's pick.
Yeah.
And Vec does run Sigma on Kings.
I think that they'll definitely be playing on defense at the very least. But yeah, I mean, that was probably the strongest performance that we have had from Goodham so far. I don't think it's unfair to really say that. I mean, Vesta maybe have had some closer maps that they played, but at least as far as my memory and my recency bias is lending to my opinion, it feels like that was probably the strongest performance that we've seen from him. So that's a big positive to take away from this one, but still more to be done if they want to be able to get the win.
Question is for me the minutes, because didn't play the mirror, played the cast. There was a couple moments looked okay when Decay went in a little too deep and didn't have fade ready, and he hit headshot, hit a melee. Okay, but is it providing enough consistent damage for you to win those team fights where you're mirrored out like that, where both teams drop a beat? I don't think so, unless you're hitting like every headshot. There's a reason Reaper is just so consistent. It's going to be interesting to see what Minute chooses to play on the next map.
Yep, curious to see what the whole team is going to be putting together. But first, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into King's Row. Alrighty, we are back, and it's now time to go into map 2 here in our second series of the day. Vec putting up a strong fight, but just not quite enough to be able to get a round win there on Lijiang Tower. That went the way of Genesis with a 2-0 after some strong performances from Decay and such there on that Reaper. But now we turn our sights over to King's Row to see what the hell the teams are going to be playing.
Anna, Zen, Sigma. Let's do it. Who says no? Everyone except Vec. Made too many mistakes on that first map. Did Vesta Esports Club allowing free beats or free death blossoms because beat was just not around, or even boop not being around there is just unacceptable. Decay shouldn't be feasting like that. I don't love the choice of the cast. I haven't really at all in this meta, especially against a Reaper, unless you're hitting like every shot. But Decay was just walking in on him, and even the death that Decay had was just hubris of Decay fading directly onto the cast. So I think there's some definite issues for Vesta to clean up. It's not like Genesis was playing fantastic. It was they got Death Blossom value every single time, and Vesta didn't have an answer for it.
We'll see if they have an answer going forward into this one, because another map where certainly that Reaper could find an immense amount of value here. I believe we were seeing this yesterday from Falcons, still playing that Somber Reaper setup, and Stalker was having a whale of a time with it, even on King's Row. So, see if it's going to be any changes here on either side, and what Vesta in particular is going to be bringing to the table. I'm right there with you. I think double flex in Sigma, especially on defense, is going to be highly likely from this team. We're really coming down to see whether or not that defense can be broken here from the side of Genesis, but game is ready, so we'll go ahead and get loaded up, ready to go to see if it's going to be Genesis looking for their first match victory in 3-0 fashion, or if Vec will be able to even the scoreline.
People are missing the silver lining of this meta. It's that we get Reaper Guy copy pasta again. Always good for at least one day of chuckles.
But then you see the copy pasta and you're like, I remember that. Oh god, Reaper's back in the meta, and you just become depressed.
There's so many good copy pastas that are like 10 years old now. Like, you wouldn't say that to his face. Let's see, check him PC. Like, that one's still going super strong.
Of course.
Gotta love it. All right, defense. Well, it looks like they're just admiring the core of the meta as he howls away.
Oh, a minute with a quick little pop shot there. The Widowmaker not going to be able to find too much, and looks like he's going to go straight back over onto this Cassidy. So still going to be reliant on this. Sojourn on the opposite side for Choice A1. See if that changes his mind at all after the initial volley is off, trying to force him off the high ground, and instantly is met with quite a bit of damage. So lucky to be alive. Genesis now dropping down, ready to do battle here on the point itself.
They'd like to stay at this range and let Minute get some shots in. I mean, I don't hate the cast here as much as on Control. I think there are some angles you can take, especially the way people rotate on Kings.
A little bit of ring around the rosy here. Choice A1 under some fire. Decay moving himself forward. Just take down Dart. Still under some threat here. Wraithwalk bails him out of a rough situation. Nice rail shot there. We'll take Dagon down to just about no HP. Family Hammer here is Minute. Deadeye is going to be built up very rapidly, but widely the fight wins, still going the way of Genesis, as Goodham will just narrowly make it around the corner back into the spawner and himself live.
The Reaper also can sustain and be fine. You don't have to worry about healing a Reaper for the most part, whereas Minute is taking a little bit of focus. Maybe one round of tickets from Kiri could be the difference in your tank v tank battle. There's so much to be said for self-sustaining heroes, even with the damage passive being a little bit nerfed lately.
Shorting that disruptor shot just a little bit. We're going to be able to find a turret there as Dart will be taken down. Deadeye pop for a minute. Quick cancel from him is threat of just being barreled over far too much. That Coalescence was rolling through as well, so there's some threat. Let's just go ahead and burn that one. So Ult not going to be finding much as he can get set up for a bit of a cheeky Death Blossom. See if he will find value once again, as Vesta realize that they aren't seeing this.
They're going to Kitsune in, and I think Decay is just going to walk behind it.
Seems likely. There's the rush coming through. Now, Death Blossom getting popped, but I think not finding too much of anything yet. Nice little boot coming through as Terra under some fire. Down low, half HP, gonna get picked off, but able to find that elimination. That's gonna be the sound barrier now out of the mix here for the side of Genesis, at least for now, unless he can buy some more time. Cap getting ready to come through, 86% build up here on the point as Minute just situated nice and firmly here on the high ground, helps lead to the elimination there of Decay. Jose now looking to take his place. TP up onto the high ground to try to disrupt him as the overclock is rolling. The cap has already come in, so it's going to be just shy of 4 minutes now here in the time bank for the side of Vesta, as Troy Sewan just going to be sliding out to safety. Never mind. He's dead.
The good old curse. I want a Choice 1 jersey. He wears 13, and that's always been my Overwatch number. All my customs. Anyway, it's just kind of simple play. That's what we expected. That's how you deal with the Death Blossom. They knew it was coming, and you don't have to spend an ultimate to deal with the Death Blossom. Also, Teru can't die in that situation. Teru's been a frustrating roller coaster of a player to watch. But if you want to stay on that point, which I think his team had designs on, that beat has to come out.
Once again, looking to try to run this Cowboy down. Deadeye popped, looking to try to get a wider angle, but ultimately don't get much of anything there. Buys space. Card continuing to move forward. There's a rundown coming through though. As Kellen is charging in. Coalescence in on top. Maka picking up 2 here for himself as Dagon just going to be trying to escape as swiftly as he can, but will be hounded down.
Coalescence cage fight, that's going to win you fights pretty much every time. It's what I talked about with the meta equalizing. There's a couple combinations that you should just be winning that fight no matter what. If the other team especially doesn't have beat, there's nothing you can really do to try to heal through that. Genesis is going to hold close.
Rushing in here from Kellen. Good up, holding onto the cage fight. They have multiple targets, but seems like for now we'll be able to hold on to that one and start cleaning up that front line. Getting 2 there in the fight now. Push going to be resuming as a very swift team kill coming through, just basically full neutral. No one committing really anything other than the rush.
It looked like Decay was thinking about it, but thought better of it. They will have another chance for a fight here, though. I think Vesta should hold a little bit close and then hope that Kellen runs in and just cage fight him.
Alright, well, beat set up. Choice A1 going low. Photon barrier having to be used, and it's a pretty shallow one here to just try to keep them protected rather than get into an aggressive position. But Decay going to try to turn the tides of that one as he does go forward. He's able to find Goodham, cleans up that cage fight as well. Now the fight starts tipping in their direction as Choice A1 takes down Dart. So clean up there on the 2 members. Go on here in favor of Genesis. As the rest of Vesta just going to have to backpedal out. 0.27 meters, so very close. Genesis pulling the trigger on the fight at the very last moment.
Yeah, really nice there. I mean, if they miss that, then it just ends up being a meme because they could totally fight that. This is I mean, once getting that stop there is brutal. It's such a long walk back. It's tough for your team. I think this is Genesis' last good fight.
Oh my god. Yeah, and it's off to a rocky start. Maka there with the Discord Orb, able to find that opening elimination here as Decay just trying to break through these sound barrier shieldings. They eventually will be able to do so off in a bad position. Just going to get taken down there as it's 57 seconds remaining. TP set up forward as they try to rush down, find this Kitty on the very back end of the fight. Discord Orb was taking him down as well as Kellen here a little bit, but he will be able to keep his life intact, so doesn't have to wait for the reset here. 40 seconds still to play with, but Vesta desperately need to get this push across the line.
There's nothing more shameful than dying to a long-distance orb, so I'm happy for Dagon to stay alive through that. Genesis in a great spot, though. They're going to have cage fight to stop, and you can actually play it at its choke, but more importantly, they're going to have beats. There's nothing Vesta can do except hope that they can get a good Kitsune, but I think, yeah. It's a good angle.
Cage fight again. They do have the consideration trying to persevere through this one. It's a sound barrier coming through, not a minute too late there from the side of Teru. Does get the shielding out onto Kellen, but he's still going to end up falling. Okay, finding an opening kill here for the side of Genesis. But now Maka going to be traded out for one in favor of Vesta thus far, but Teru able to go in, finding Minute. The Death Blossom cleans up Dagon. Now Good, I'm going to be taken down. It's all falling apart. It's a solid start to the fight there, but ultimately Vesta will lose out. That overtime will bleed down. It's what, 0.27 meters is how close they can get to point B, but can't quite get that cap. So a very solid win condition is available to Genesis now.
And the Symmetra works really well with the Reaper in those situations. You know, Death Blossom can feel like a very telegraphed ultimate, but if you're going to telegraph it, like super telegraph it and just teleport with it, right? They're not expecting that, and hopefully you catch the Lucy out of position, and it's worked really well as a combo. still not in love with the cast. I think it's a better map for it, but there's just something about the consistent damage. And like I said, the self-sustainability of Reaper ends up being a pretty big deal because all the healing is just going into your tank. Yep. You don't have to worry about it.
See if there's going to be any adjustments here as we get ready to go over to the defense. And I was kind of expecting that it would be a Sigma setup here for the side of Vesta, just given how clean that was looking for Goodham. But looks like not wanting to run that into the Mauga attack, we'll just be sticking with the Mauga on defense.
It was possible. I know people are thinking that we're going full copium here, but it was definitely possible. The history of Vesta lends itself to there could have been a Sigma. Well, that's been the micro match too. Lucio versus Reaper, so...
Yeah, he's at least having fun with it here. Greeting him. But, I mean, that much more importance now on Minute. Because as you've been mentioning, I mean, that consistent damage just hasn't really been there. You need to be hitting those headshots on the regular, especially onto, you know, basically everybody that isn't Kellen.
Yeah. You need to punish a Lucio, you need to punish Reapers after they rape, and there's a lot that has to get done.
DP onto the high ground, Maka and Decay both going to be taking a decent bit of damage there on the approach as they just drop down. Damage out of the Goodham, though, trying to keep himself alive. He's falling lower and lower, but he will be able to sustain for now, but it's going to be off and Dart. Will end up getting taken down here. So Genesis in a very clear lead. TP forward, they spot him, they isolate him, Minute's gone, and that will be the cap here in pretty much record time for the side of Genesis. Just about as fast as you could possibly take this point. It will be taken. Counter in the meantime, just keeping people busy up there on the high ground, just sending those cheers, those Lucios their way. So recontest will be coming through though. Rushing forward with the overrun, managing to find a little bit of stun damage there across players on Genesis, but HP bars are just getting absolutely shredded. Dart gonna fall, Goodham now falling to the wayside as the cap will come through. It's gonna be 5 minutes and 20 seconds here on the time bank as they keep forward and look for the cleanup.
Yeah, the Coalescence was gonna come online, and you don't even see it get to 100 before it's used. It's just an instant smash to switch that fight over. Vesta unable to charge their ultimates in time, not with the same value of ultimates either. So, I mean, I guess Dart's got something coming up. Genesis, you knew that fight was going to go all their way. They just have stronger healing.
Kitsune Rush could give them a window back into this one for the defense, at least to start things off and get some semblance of control. As Decay happy to just sit around the corner and wait. There's going to be the Deadeye pop now. Death Blossom built up with just 2 pumps of the shotgun. Deadeye will be able to clean him up. So it's going to be the 1 elimination pound, but that is the Kitsune Rush now out of the equation here for the side of Vesta. Genesis not having to worry about that. Photon Barrier slowing things up just a little bit here. Going to look to try to hold this cart in place, but there's a rush forward from Kellen. Alongside Terror, they will be able to take down Dart. So, again, the defense now going to be broken. Goodham tries to escape. Rush forward here from Kellen again, though. Put Minute down on the ground. The guy just came back, basically. And he will end up falling. Dart now going to be swapping off of the Sim over onto the Reaper, but now locked in place here is Dagon. Yeah, that's Suzu. It's not going to do a damn thing against that cage fight. Push forward. Goodham now being taken down. The sound barrier shielding, not meaning a damn thing here to Genesis. The cart is very steadily just gliding over towards B. Still a decent amount of distance that they have to cover, though, but space very much bought and dominance certainly asserted.
I don't love using beat in what seemed to be a one fight regardless. I know they saw that the beat came out from Vesta, so it's essentially free. It just felt like they already had that one in the bag that you might end up wanting it back. Regardless, the support ultimate cycle has been pretty good for Genesis. They're going to have Cole for this fight.
Around on those turrets. Just going to swing around to the right-hand side here from Genesis. Is Minute okay? Great way to start things off. Second Kitsune Rush does come in. Decay put down on the ground. Coalescence as well. Fade away there from Maka just trying to survive. So this forces Genesis back. Space going to be bought here for the side of Vesta, but still a good amount of time that they have to try to shoot through here. 3 minutes and 10 seconds still remaining in the time bank, but Minute can start every fight off like that by finding a pick on the Decay, then they're going to be in with a pinch.
It's a pretty big ask, especially Genesis can now re-engage with the Symmetra advantage that Vesta doesn't have.
Photon Barrier out, Minute having to choose his positioning here, and he's able to get Decay in the end, so once again, starts the fight off with a win. This time it did take the ultimate, but Dagon also able to find choice they want here on the back end of this one. As Maka, knowing that he was going to be dead to rights, just ended up just falling. Kellen trying to survive. Instead of gets better to respawn. We'll see choice at one. Just going to be swinging around here, bringing out a couple different hero picks, and now will be showing us the Sombra.
Okay, I don't hate it.
Yeah,
Sombra's been good.
The build time on the EMP is really quick, so with these 2 minutes that are remaining, certainly can get that one online unless Minute is able to get his head off on the regular, but Dart now.
You almost expect 2 shots at it with 2 minutes left. They're already at 12.
He's done it again. Okay, Death Blossom at the ready. Dart certainly wouldn't want to hold this here, you would think, as with that opening kill, just trying to stay alive. Yeah, Beat does come through, consider rush invested as well as the Death Blossom now comes across, but kill's not going to be found here for the side of Dart. Off going to be taken down as Maka. Find him there with the Coalescence, but now with Teru getting dropped, that's 2 players picked here from the side of Genesis. 3 in total, actually, with Choice A1. Vesta can maintain this hold. So limit testing, though, is Minute will overextend just a little bit. Has a long run back here with that Cassidy, but we still managed to get Maka on the back end, so overall, not too bad. Vesta now very much maintaining this hold with only 1:30 left to go.
Minutes made it work. That kill onto Choice A1 is huge because Choice A1 should probably have EMP by now if they're alive during that entire engagement. Even the first kill, absolutely brutal.
Take it down. Pretty critical here. Minute again, another Deadeye available as Dart goes down to like 2 HP with that one there. Cage fight invested, gonna take it out. Deadeye from Minute, not gonna be able to find much of anything there. Sound barrier helps keep everybody protected on the side of Genesis, and Decay looks to lead the charge. Rushing forward, Dart now falling, and it looks like while it was a very good effort, a very long time that they were able to hold, Vesta eventually here, the final vestiges of this map will crumble. The push back over here with the Doomfist trying to get the touch, but eventually it will just be the cart gliding in. So Genesis narrowly, again, able to close things out. Competitive from the side of Vesta, but so far that map victory is still going to be eluding them as Genesis now moves up to match point.
The thing about the Cass is Minute played it at about the best you could play it, and it still wasn't enough. It was still just not the sustainability on the Cowboy. And obviously those late pickoffs too require you to be taxied back because it's, you know, your only mobility as a Cass is a somersault. It pales in comparison to everyone else who can teleport and fade and do all those things and overrun. So I think that's like the theoretical peak of Cass, and it still wasn't good enough.
No, it certainly was not. I mean, you're missing so many of the other tools that we've been seeing from last week's compositions. You don't have that immortality field because it just doesn't last long enough to actually make Baptiste like a solid enough pick. You don't have those Zarya bubbles that are coming through to keep them protected. So rough stuff here, but again, I think we're seeing an upward trend in performance from the side of Vesta, which is good to see, but it's just not enough to be able to get these wins. I mean, again, solid effort from them, being able to buy that much time off the time bank, considering that it was, what, a 5:20 start for the side of Genesis, to really work it down to under a minute remaining in front of B, I think was a very solid effort from them, but now they're in this position again where, the series is just one map away from a conclusion, and if they can't be able to pick up a win here on push, then that's just going to be it. Genesis, they'll be able to get their first match victory and in 3-0 fashion, which will very much help them recover their map score a bit.
Push has been difficult for Vesta, especially because you have to be clean several fights in a row. And Vesta still is in that era where they're making a couple mistakes. They're not like game-ending mistakes or anything, but it's like a beat I'd like to have back, a coalescence that didn't get the tank enough, these kind of small things. And on Push especially, you have to be clean 2 fights in a row at least if you lose the first fight, and then there gets to a point where sometimes you almost need to be perfect throughout the rest of it, and Vesta still is just making tiny mistakes. It's not like Genesis is playing perfect, but the comp is straight up stronger and they're just making a few less mistakes. That's really all it's come down to.
Yeah, well, I mean, just given how close it's been across these opening 2 maps, maybe there's a chance here for the side of Vesta to be able to get this push win, something that has been eluding them completely. But I don't know, because I mean, I'm right there with you. I think that we have been seeing a bit of shaky play coming out for the most part from the side of Genesis. It certainly has not been clean. If it was clean, I think they'd just be completely barreling over this squad. But they're giving them those windows. So if they continue to do that as we get ready to go into this push map, which I believe is in Vesta, then maybe we can extend this series and see another round of Flashpoint be coming through. But we'll have to just wait and see. First, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will be getting into Esperanto. Alrighty, we are back, and Genesis are out in a firm lead, 2-0 now, after finally being able to get that push to completion there on King's Row. But Vesta consistently giving them a hard time across these maps so far. We'll see if that can be maintained as we get ready to go into Esperanza.
Maybe it'll be a gentleman's agreement where they just both run Orisa again, kind of like what it was FTG versus WAC last night. And then at some point they just switched Maga, and it felt unfair and a little dishonest. But it's also a map that I think you almost have to run a Sojourn on too. So I don't know anymore. I'm just trying to full on cope of figuring out what we're going to see from these teams. But it's a good Sojourn map, but I don't know. Symmetra Reaper is pretty strong at moving around here.
Yeah, the Sim feeling pretty damn necessary, just given that you need to get that Malga up onto the high ground at times. So just being able to TP around, coming from these flank angles, even go for some fake TPs. We have seen a couple of players that are attempting these fake outs there, sending it and then just actually wrapping around from the front. But it feels like this is the world that we live in, and that we should probably just expect more Malga to be coming through here. As of course we have some more Decay fans out in the audience here, but also some fans showing some love for the side of Maka.
Okay. I mean, Maka's been fine for this team for the most part, so I can see it. Really was probably the best on the Baptiste, but not going to be seeing that. We'll see if it's just Moira coming through. I mean, the Sim
likely.
buffs that came through as well are also kind of big, buffing the teleporter so it has higher uptime. I don't think you should ever be buffing sentries, in my opinion. I don't think sentries necessarily super belong in first-person shooters. But as I was told in Season 1 of the Overwatch League, it's not a first-person shooter, it's a first-person action game.
Well, we'll see how much action can be delivered for us here as we get ready to go to Esperanza. See if that can be the turning point here for Vesta, who have been having a significantly stronger performance compared to what we've been seeing in the past minute as well. Eyes on him to see what he's going to be bringing to the table. I'm right there with you. I think that the Sojourn is likely, but maybe he's going to stick with the Cassidy. Time will tell as we are ready to go ahead and jump into game, whether or not Beck can fight back, get that map win on the board, or Genesis are going to be getting it a 3-0.
It seemed impossible to get minute off of the Cass, even when they switched it up.
Right, well, fan cheers out to try to spur them on. As it looks like Choi Se-Wan out the gate is going to be coming through here with this Sombra, with the K. It's going to be going back over onto the Reaper. That minute will be there with the Sojourn, so some changes.
Sojourn's super good on this map, always has been. Just the corners that you can hold with Sojourn, essentially this map comes down to this fight and then fights over the bridge. That's it. And Sojourn is really good at controlling the bridge.
Well, already building up that rail, but the shot can go a little bit wide. Choi Se-Wan going to be taken low, however, some good opening damage here from the side of Vesta as Dart now under some fire and needs to backpedal. Turn fire out here from the side of Genesis, but well, now going to be found. Kellen going to be taken down, but Dart going to be traded out. So Tank for a damage dealer on the opposite side, but Goodham now getting involved. He's able to find Decay. No escape for him. So that is going to be space bought here for the side of Vesta. We're off to a pretty decent start here. Taro now going to be falling as Maka is able to find 2 kills here on the back end. So still very rough back and forth here between the two squads, but still going to be Vesta pushing the bot.
Yeah, Vesta going to take a little bit of an advantage here, and they can run this through if they get people back in time, because Coalescence is up. I don't know if they know it, but they have this small advantage, but Coalescence is something that if the other team's not using it, you have the advantage when you get it, so wouldn't be surprised to see him fire it off here. Waiting for everyone to get in position, of course, though.
Virus out, getting the last bit of percentage there. Now the EMP going through, catching out onto 4 players, and Callan just goes charging forward, getting the stun across on the multiple. Cleanup is going to be relatively easy here for the side of Genesis as they don't drop the player. They're going to do his damnedest to try to get that Coalescence back online here, but the team kill is going to be found, and Genesis now will get themselves on the board.
I think it's as 9K always says, it's not the first fight, it's the second fight. The second fight is going to put the other team in a really bad position. This should be a chance for Genesis to take the lead on this map.
Yeah. It's just a question
Vesta's
of where does the
to
push stop.
Yeah.
Archway right here, this is where you would like to try to control the bot if you're Vesta working their way forward, so we'll be able to keep it in place for the time being as H-Fight going to be invested. So I'm dropping that one in. Sound barrier out from Terror on the opposite side, though, is the K waiting for his opportunity. Does have that Blossom ready to go, but this might not be necessary after all, as Dart will get burned down. Choice able to find that elimination, that next EMP nearly ready to go. Put him out into the open. Steadily gets whittled away at. Choice able to go ahead and confirm that kill as a minute in a bad spot, ends up falling. That is going to be a lead even further opened up here for the side of Genesis, if not the checkpoint already.
Oh, it charges so damn fast. I mean, that EMP is already back up again. It's almost to the point where you almost have to mirror it and hope for the best. I feel like that's where the compositions are heading. You have to mirror and hope for the best. I mean, it's been fine on the Soldier, and it just doesn't have the impact. The ultimate's not as good as EMP.
Has that one ready to go, and of course that Death Blossom was held on to by Decay, so still has that as well. As jump onto the corner, EMP going to be coming through. Looks like Dart going to be the focus fire target here for the side of Genesis, wanting to take him down, knowing that Death Blossom is likely available, but Decay now having overstepped will get taken down, but it's going to be a quick trade there onto the Reapers. Dart will also fall. Ellen's going to be eliminated though, as these rail shots and the neutral damage coming through from Minutes still going to be quite high. A little bit of time buying here from Maka before the inevitable little reset comes through, but checkpoint and a little bit of distance on top obtained here for the side of Genesis, so still are in a strong spot.
Critical to look at is going to be the Lucios and how they respond to the Reaper plays. Do you have your boop loaded up? Do you have to burn a barrier? Yeah, like that is the best tool to disengage your tank from the Reaper is your Lucio, both nearing a barrier as well.
Spotting the supports there. I thought he was just going to go ahead and pull the trigger, but now will do so. Decay able to find two with the Death Blossom. Dart only just the one, but now, I mean, his neutral fighting still looking good. Cleans up Maka and Teru, able to get on top of the support line. Cleaning them up and keeping Vesta in this push. So the bot continues to advance forward. As good, I'm just going to be sat here on the high ground, but has to wait for some of the team members to go ahead and rejoin. So likely, the likelihood of getting this checkpoint here, very slim. They will just go ahead and back away, but still a very good turn on the fight.
Oh, they have advantage in a lot of key ultimates.
So rush forward. Okay, trying to get in here as that overclock was rolling. EMP now coming across him to catch out on the 4 members. Dart nearly dead, but off with that timing on the sound barrier. Keeps him alive. Taro has one to match on the opposite side. Now the K going to be taken down as well. So up for one exchange as Kellen rushing forward, drops down that cage fight. To just go ahead and lock him in place. Dart will once again be the focus fire target. He falls to the wayside. The cleanup continues as off gets picked, and Block again now going to be moving forward here for Genesis.
I mean, it's pretty simple. Vesta Esports got their cage fight EMP'd, and they got almost no value out of it, and then that cage fight was enormous to take down the main source of damage on the other side of things. It really does come down to just having a Sombra and not. The Sojourn's nice, but unless you're getting opening picks or getting 2 or 3 a fight, it just doesn't have the same impact.
Yeah.
Choice Juan at 80% on EMP again.
It's just absurd how quickly he's able to build this up right now. So another crucial ult about to come through. Just there on the virus, so not going to be getting too much passive build here. But I mean, as he just opens up Mac 10, delivering an immense amount of damage, basically playing this like a Soldier 76. I mean, a quick TP forward into the EMP. Minute absolutely evaporates. Kellen just goes in with the overrun. Death Blossom now going to be layered in as well as Decay once again manages to collect 2 eliminations. That will be the cleanup onto Dagon as he tries to just that bot in position, but has to die, and now it's going to be right back over onto the push here for Genesis. Still 4 minutes remaining in the time bank, but Vesta struggling to get these fight wins.
And this composition plays so much like a death ball that you're always going to get EMP value. Everyone is always together. No one's really off hiding trying to save stuff, and now Genesis with both support ultimates too. Minutes. See you in a minute. Leaded by Coalescence.
Yeah, just going to be taken down right before he would have been able to get that overclock online, which is now going to have to be used as a bit of a Hail Mary last-ditch effort to stop this full push from coming in, because Genesis not looking like they want to be, not looking like they want to back down. They're just going to keep going. No reason to stop. So we'll just keep pressing onward here as Choice Juan looking to get that next EMP up, already about to be at 70%.
Sorry, I just looked at EMP charge again.
Yep. It's absurd. Well, you don't have to worry about ult tracking anymore. You just have to assume that he's got it. He's given the build time here. His overclock from Minutes. Desperately looking for that headshot, but there's the EMP. Comes in. Minutes able to find one, though. Kellen going to be taken out. Now Teru falling. And this EMP not working to their advantage. cleanup is going to be good, as off with the sound barrier, helping to keep everybody protected. So go ahead, they win out on the fight. They have some semblance of bot control, but they need to get through that opening checkpoint.
That's your ideal play around in the micro match between Lucio and Sombra. Perfect play there by Off, keeps his team alive, gives him a chance. Both teams nearing the Death Blossom now. I mean, that ult going 8% faster seems like a small thing, but I guess I don't understand how numbers work, because that 8% is looking huge.
I mean, it was already pretty quick.
Yeah.
But,
I'm not sure it needed the buff, but I'm not a dev. What do I know?
Well, we'll keep our eyes on it as he's now surging past 40%. For now, bot is going to be kept in position. Rush forward, cage fight going to be dropped in. Kellen going to be matched on the opposite side as now Death Blossom. Decay just dancing on their heads. And will once again find himself 2 eliminations. Hits Q, 2 people die. Turns into repeat as the team kill comes in.
Everything is built around just letting the Reaper get value. It's you know, almost similar to the composition we saw where it was just like Cass was the main carry. But you think about it, an EMP into Death Blossom is huge, and then Cage Fight Death Blossom is just like a fight-winning combination. It's not that hard to get in good position to get the Cage Fight value because
you just run in.
You just run in.
You just sprint at them, quite simply.
It's pretty telegraphed.
Choice they won. 16% to go now towards this EMP. Get it, holding up the rail, doesn't really put him down, but it's not enough to find the elimination, which they desperately need. Coalescence leading the charge here for the side of Vesta. Now the EMP going to be going across, catches on the 3. Dart getting up with that Death Blossom. Unable to find any kills. Okay, in the meantime, fiercely rushing forward, looking for the elimination. Quick pop there on the Wraith Walk, comes straight out of it. So going to find Dart. Desperately holding on by a thread. He's alive for the time being. You can hear those crits coming across here from Kellen. They'll eventually be able to clean him up. Bot stolen away for a brief little moment here, but they'll chase back in. Get that back under their control. 50 seconds now remaining as Off will fall. Vesta, I mean, it's just, it would have to be fight after fight. They only have a sound barrier to go, and that's going to be matched by Terra on the opposite side.
Yeah, this Death Blossom is ready too. Decay has been kind of known for getting into cheeky spots with the Death Blossom. Wouldn't surprise me to see him just drop one over the top. Look, bottom line is, I love Minute, and I think his Sojourn's great. It's just not getting the value that Choice A1 is. When you're EMP'd every single fight, you have to really start thinking about, we need somebody to play Sombra. Maybe Minute just doesn't have it in his pool, but, you know, I ask you, which would you rather have right now? The Sombra or the Sojourn?
Fairly easy choice at the moment. Clock now getting ready to run down. Bot held in the archway. Decay up over the top. Spotting Minute. Does he just send the ult in on towards that Sojourn? Maybe he won't even need it, but there you go. Pulls the trigger. Minute immediately disappearing. Off trying to get the timing there with that sound barrier, but just cannot keep him protected. Shielding now gone. EMP out. Kudum going to be taking down. The OT starting to bleed away, and it looks like Genesis will at long last get their match victory. 3-0 fashion. Vesta desperately scramble to try to keep this one going. Coalescence does go out, but now it will expire. Dart into the floor, instantly going to be taken out. It's just going to be dealing with these supports, dealing with these delay tactics, which Maka does quite well. Coalescence hoses him down. Genesis will at long last hold their heads high in victory.
Maybe not as easy as we had assumed, but I think they've got a good read on what works out really well and what doesn't on particular maps. You know, I mentioned coming into this day that I thought Falcons had the best read on the meta with being the one team that was 100% like running a Reaper more often and then adding in the Sombra. I think that map really showed the power of Sombra, and Choice A1, a lot of credit. The reason those are charging fast is that they're staying alive. You know, the worst thing you can do as a Sombra is die, and just make sure that you aren't getting your 20% every 2 seconds or whatever ridiculous thing it is. So I think that map, they have a good read on the meta, and Genesis, you know, it's an easier part of their schedule, but you start building some momentum, the meta goes your way, they could end up 4-4 in, you know, that's not ideal, but they also, you know, teams that don't finish in the top 4, they still get a chance to play in. So depending on how things develop, you never know if one of these teams could dark horse and start surprising people.
It certainly could, but I think that's going to be a big sigh of relief for the side of Genesis finally being able to get the victory. And like you said, 4-4, not the best, but certainly an outcome that they would be very happy to have at this point. Decay is going to be our player of the match, though, able to pick this one up. And I mean, I was actually leaning towards Maka a little bit, but Decay, I mean, just getting regular value with the Death Blossom, it just, he just gets himself into prime positions. He knows his timings, and he's coming up with huge kills here for the spot.
Beyond that, looking really good in the neutral as well. You can't only just rely on your ultimates, but comboing with the EMP. I think, recency bias, you must want to throw a vote here and there to Choice A1 for the Sombra. The Sombra that I don't think died in like 5 minutes straight. It was really impressive, and Sombra has a little less survivability now, but Choice A1 was understanding angles, understanding where the teleporter needed to go, and yeah. But I think Decay, even from that map 1, was just getting value out of Death Blossom, which, to be honest, not the easiest ult to get value out of at the pro level, but always finding it and putting on constant pressure up front.
Yeah, I mean, I think he pretty much got at least a kill, if not multiple kills, every time he used the Death Blossom, and I think there was maybe one occasion where he popped it and then was just like instantly killed off, but otherwise was being kept alive throughout them, was finding an immense amount of value from these ultimates. We'll go ahead and relive them. Started things off nicely with this one here, as they tried running that BAP, but as we were talking about, as Wolf was talking about, those immortality fields in this meta right now, they just do not live nearly long enough to be able to find any value from them, to find that protection. So maybe if you could run like double BAP and you could immortality field your immortality field to keep it alive, then it would be good. But
you could run you could run an Echo and hope the other team runs a BAP.
I guess so. But
I mean,
it's not
the first couple of plays from Decay here, and this really speaks to how Genesis wants to play things, are through the enemy's Kitsune rush. They're not giving any value to Vesta to come in and get them. They're just rushing through it. So interesting stuff.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Decay as we pass it back over to Quest for the translation.
Thank you very much. I am back with the second POTM interview of the day. Genesis finally putting a W on the standings. The fans are very excited for Genesis's first win. And Kalios actually stated earlier that the team would retire during the team rep interview. So, and Decay says he didn't actually hear about that. So.
자, 아쉽기만 했던 지난 경기들을 벗어 던지면서 오늘 첫 승을 기록하셨습니다. 소감 들어볼까요?
So how does it feel to finally put a W on the board?
솔직히 다 이길만 했는데
Frankly, I thought that all the matches were winnable,
3대0 승리해서 좀 기쁜 것 같습니다.
Sad that we lost, but happy that we finally put a W against Vesta Esports crew.
좀 빛을 발하는 경기 전략을 많이 보여주셨습니다. 경기 전략은 어땠나요?
What was the game plan coming into today's match?
그냥 어제 저희가 맞은 걸 토대로 그냥 똑같이 했는데 잘 된 것 같아요.
We stuck to the game plan as the same as yesterday. But this time the game plan worked.
저희를 만난.
And it's unlucky that Vesta Esports crew met
DK
us.
선수의 오늘 리파 궁을 빼놓지 않을 수 없습니다.
We have to talk about the Reaper ults that you showcased.
보시던데 혹시 어지러우시진 않으셨나요?
Were you a little bit dizzy after all those death blossoms?
게임 끝나고 좀
I was a little dizzy.
그러니까 괜찮아진 것 같아요.
So I took some time to collect myself after the match, and I'm now okay.
리퍼 궁을 할 때 좀 각을 딱 보면서 이거다 하는 순간이 있었나요?
Were there any specific angles you were looking for during Reaper ults?
그런 각은 잘 없고 그냥 뭐
Not really.
팀원이 잘 해줘서.
I just followed up on my teammates.
자, 오늘
just playing the game and playing well.
제네시스 팀을 구원했다라는 댓글들도 굉장히 많았습니다.
A lot of comments saying
Decay
Decay.
시원하게 들어보고 싶은데요.
뭐
Decay's the savior
제가
of
아니라 일단
Genesis.
이 조합을 시켜주신 이제 칼리오스
Decay
감독님,
reacts
칼리오스 감독님 같이 했습니다.
He thanks Kalios for letting us play this comp.
인터뷰 때 얼마나 깜짝 놀랐는지 몰라요.
뭐 저희가 이길 거 알고 있었으니까 그래도 그렇게 말하시는 게 아닌가.
She was actually surprised to hear Kalios' earlier answer, saying that the team would retire. But Decay replies saying that I think he said that because we knew we were going to win. What's the team atmosphere like right now for Genesis?
저가 좀 멘탈이 좀 안 좋았었는데 그래도 저희 팀원들이
My mental game wasn't really there, but in terms of overall team atmosphere, it was pretty good.
토닥여줬나요?
뭐 당연히 칼리오스 선수
네.
And Kalios was the one that
네,
was
자, 오늘
raising the
이렇게
morale
많은 분들이
for
정말
Genesis.
기다려주고 응원했던 경기가 끝이 나면서 첫 경기 승리를 장식하셨습니다. 자, 응원해준 고마운 사람들이 많이 생각날 텐데 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
Can you say a few words to all those that were
저희가 질
supporting
때도
you?
계속 응원해 주시러 오신 분들, 팬분들 감사하고요.
I would like to thank all the fans
이제
that were here
시작이니까
for
계속 지켜봐 주셔서
even throughout all the
감사하겠습니다.
losses, and this is just the beginning
앞으로의
for
경기도
Genesis, so
더
please
이제 기대가
continue to
됩니다.
support
그런데
us.
저기 치어풀에 DK2 짱이라고 적혀 있어요. 저 분들을 위해서도
Can you
하트라도 한번
say,
날려주셔야 되는 거 아닌가요?
can you give us a little heart for the fans that says
안 날려주시면 큰일
DK,
날 것 같은데 저분들이
the
리퍼공
best.
쏘실 것
감사합니다.
같은데.
and he says thank you.
네,
DK
자 이렇게
best.
제네시스 팀의 DK 선수와
And that was the
이야기
interview with
나눠봤습니다.
Genesis
승리 다시
DK.
한번 축하드립니다.
And before we go into match 3
감사합니다.
between Runaway,
네, 이렇게 준비된
yeah,
두 번째
match 3,
경기
sorry,
모두 살펴보셨고요.
I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you very much, Quest. Good to hear from Decay. I'm glad that he can finally have that victory and that the team didn't have to get blown up. They got their win, they get their 3-0, and that is one step in the right direction. But we are going to be taking a step towards our final series. We're going to do a quick little break. When we come back, we will get into the good stuff. This is going to be Runaway versus FTG. We're expecting a banger. We'll see if it delivers.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alrighty, it's now time to go into our third and final series of this evening, and I think this one, definitely the marquee matchup. This is going to be Runaway going up against FTG. Two teams that are hovering near the top of the standings, two teams that are going to be vying to punch up and take down the other, and I think that this one should deliver. I'm hoping that we somehow just avoid 3 Overwatch. It feels like this one should be destined for at least Flashpoint, if not Escort as well.
3 and 4 in the standings, FTG below, obviously in 4th place, but this could be enormous for them to probably vault them ahead of Runaway, if I did my math right. Probably didn't. FTG has been an interesting team because they started out with a really easy schedule. They played Beck and then Simprissa. They 3-1'd Yeti, but then they 1-3'd WAC, but even taking a map off of WAC is quite important, but their schedule doesn't get any easier from here on out. Runaway obviously tonight, then they have Falcons, Genesis, who look pretty decent on this patch anyway, and then Poker Face to round things out, as it were. So really important match. Runaway has been a great team so far. They were 0-3 versus Falcons, but they have won all their games since, but kind of some blemishes. I mean, 3-1 versus Simprissa to drop a map is not great. The Genesis game probably should have lost, in my opinion, but they pulled that one off in map 5, and then they're getting back on track with beating Yeti 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see, Prophet just going huge, being able to come up with, and really shut down Decay on that Circuit Royale when we got all the way over to map 5. He was just very much dominating the lobby with that Widow, and then prior to that, a lot of the success came from him playing that Cassidy. But now, just given the trend of the meta, we might be seeing Prophet coming out here and having to play something like that Reaper, much like we just saw from Decay earlier on, if they want to be able to, if they're going to play the meta, if they're going to lean into this one. But we'll have to just wait and see, because, I mean, FTG going up against WAC just yesterday, we saw both of those teams very much kind of straying away from what we have been, what has been on display in pretty much every other set so far here in week 3. So I'm curious if that is going to continue. But one of the things that, I mentioned at the end of the show last night was Mag has already kind of shown us a little bit of the Malga before. We saw it from him on Lijiang Tower. We've seen it from him, pre-buff. Now it's here, it's very prevalent. How practice is it going to be? Because if he was already trying to make that work, now I think this could be a really big boon. This might end up being, Mag's patch, basically.
Yeah, if anyone's prepared for it, it is Mag, and it's been questionable choices at times to go to this Maga, but clearly comfortable on it. Also ran it on Samoa and explained that Mag is a very good counter pick to Ramatra. So you'd imagine if he's good counterpick to Ramatra, probably good against, again, he just destroys other tanks, destroys shields. We all know what Maga can do. But yeah, totally practiced on it. You're never going to go wrong with Zest and Prophet. We'll see which heroes they want to pick up in particular. And I mean, I'm just hoping for Genji, which For the Gamer showed us last night. And I don't even love Genji, but it'd be cool to see.
Well, maybe we will have that. Have some handshakes here between the teams. Everybody's got the leather jackets today. It's not just Runner, but look at the jerseys. The pink is back.
Is it the crossover? I didn't, is it the Vin's crossover that we were all clamoring for?
I think these are they look like they're old Contenders jerseys, actually. Very similar, at least in the style, but I guess the full black bottom, like the bottom half of it, I assume that those are actually some new ones, but either way, it's good to see them back into their familiar colors. But on the opposite side, we'll have FTG make their way out on the stage. One of the things that I was kind of also highlighting, in addition to Mag already, leaning in towards Malga before, was Violet versus Lee Jae-gon. And oh boy, what a matchup this is going to be.
The two most entertaining Lucios in the world. I think you could definitely agree with that. Maybe not the best, but actually probably the best. We got some deal with it glasses going on. Yeah, this should be a really good one. And that Lucio matchup is critical. Not so much for the damage, but who's gonna use beat correctly. We've seen some mistakes happen from beats coming out here, but Runaway's starting 5, not going to change at all. No one on the bench.
Yep. It's these 5 players. Mag maybe finally in maximum comfort zone, as we'll have to see how that Malga does look now that it has the full buffs and everything behind it. But has, made a lot of other picks, work, at least to a certain extent. We saw, that Ryan hold from him on that, first corner defense outside of point C, looking excellent on that. But then, things kind of fell apart and spiraled out of control. But, he has had his moments, his flashes of brilliance. So my eyes are very much going to be trained on him. But I think it's a really big question for what the DPS lineup decides to do here. Zest going over to something like the Genji does make a decent amount of sense, and obviously he's got a lot of familiarity with that pick. So if they're going to lean into the style that we saw from FTG versus WAC yesterday, I think that is pretty much what will end up happening. But if it is going to be this Reaper Symmetra, divvying up the roles, I'll be curious to see who ends up where.
Yeah, that just bummed me out because I just thought that Zest is not playing Tracer anymore. And in my opinion, he was playing like the best Tracer in the world up to this point, but metas shift with live patches apparently. Bernard in as tank. We saw some Belosaria last night as well. Remind me, was that a specific to a push map, or what was the situation with that?
That was when we got to Flashpoint. We did see Belosaria get subbed in, and it seems like Bernard is maybe not having put in the time to try to master Malga, so they decided to bring in Belosaria, try to play that one. And unfortunately, he was kind of getting clapped a little bit. Let's just be real with it. It was a bit rough around the edges, but we'll see what Bernard is going to be bringing to the table. There's a lot of Arisa yesterday, but first we'll go ahead and hear from the coaching staff, so we'll send it back over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I am back with the final team rep interview of the day between Runaway versus FTG. And on Runaway side, we have Runner.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 FTJ 야키님도
And
자기소개
for
부탁드려요.
FTGs,
안녕하세요.
we have Yaki.
FTG 팀의 코치를 맡고 있는 김준기 야키라고 합니다.
네, 양팀 모두 반갑습니다. 자, 두 분 제가 경기 시작 전에 들었는데 사제지간이라고 들었어요.
I heard that you guys were
사제지간인 만큼
once
이번에는
allies,
감독과 코치로 만나게 되셨는데
but now you are
아내가
standing on the
남자를
stage again
골랐습니다,
as head coach versus coach.
같이
Yaki was obviously a part
했던 친구인데
네.
of our team once before,
이번 시즌 시작하기 전에
and before the season started,
오, 네.
아 자기 안 하겠대요.
and he said, and I asked Yaki, are you gonna be a part of this season? And he said no.
그리고 제가 이제 말을 안 했거든요.
네.
But and then he didn't say anything. But then suddenly Yaki's
분발을
listed as
하려고
coach.
했는데 코치로.
예, 하고 있어가지고 뭐지?
So I was like, huh?
아, 그래도 이렇게
Nani?
선수일 때만 저는
네.
So
봤었는데.
I only saw him when I was a player.
어떤 모습일까 되게
So I'm
궁금하네요.
curious what he was like, or he will be like as a coach.
어떨까요?
So on FTG side,
2019년도에 러너웨이에서 저희 팀의
and
감독이고
I was part,
제가 선수로서
and Runner was
뛰었었는데
my head coach
이제
during
그렇게
2019 when I was on
그
Runaway.
후에서도 이제 러너웨이가 한번 해체가 되고
네.
없어졌다가 이번에 다시 생긴 거잖아요.
And
네.
of course they
그 전에도
disbanded
러너웨이
and they
생기면
regrouped themselves again.
할 생각 있냐 하면서 이제 저를 많이 챙겨줬었는데
And Runner
참
always took care of
좋은
me.
것도 많고 감사한 것도 많고
So a lot of things I can
그리고
thank him
항상
for.
친근하게 대해줘서
And he was always friendly.
근데 이제 상대로 만나서
So it's a bit of a surreal feeling to meet him as
죄송하지만 양보할
opponents.
생각은 없습니다.
아유,
And he
없다고
said,
합니다.
I will not let
자,
this victory slip.
스승보다 나은 제자는 없다. 아니면 청출어람.
Will the
둘
student
중에
pass
뭐가 더 맞는
the
말일까요?
student surpass the teacher today? Will the teacher still remain
당연히
superior?
저는 당연히 스승이 낫다고 생각을 하는데.
I obviously
근데
think the
또
teacher is
FTG는 워낙
superior,
잘하는 팀이고,
but FTG is obviously a good team,
저력이 있는 팀이라서
and they have a lot of potential. They're very strong.
이길 수 있도록 노력할 예정이에요.
So I'm going to
야키님,
give it my all
선생님께
for Runaway to secure today's victory.
일단
And as for Yaki,
아까도 말했듯이 배운 게 참 많은.
as I said earlier, I learned a lot from him,
저는 이제 더 적합하다고 맞는 표현은 청출어람이 맞다고
and
생각해요.
I think that the student will surpass the teacher today.
아무래도 스승님은 참 첫 재능도 많고 그랬겠지만 그 재능을 제자의 재능을 발견해주고 그
And
가치를 빛내주는
of course, the teacher
그런 역할을
found
해주시고 재능의
the
차이는
students'
남마다 다르겠지만
talents,
제가
but
감독님한테 보고 배운 걸 그대로
I
저희
think
FTG
that I will be
선수들한테
able to
넘기고
apply what I learned from Runner, and
이제는 제가 더 잘할 것 같아서요.
into FTG and will be able to win against Runaway today. Score predictions for both
3대
teams.
2라고 하려고 그랬는데 3대 0이요.
And I was going to say 3-2, but I'm going to say 3-0.
제가 호랑이를 좀 들여놨었나? 아 장난이고요.
네.
저는 3대 오늘 풀세트가 나오지 않을까?
I actually think that
아닌가요? 아닌가요?
he's going back and forth between his answers, but maybe he thinks he's going. This match is going to go for 3-2, but
제발 좀 상대가 누구든 너무 그 쉽게 가는 적이 너무 없어가지고.
but for Runaway, there was never an easy match on their side.
좀 어쩔 수 없는 것 같아요.
So I think that it'll be a fun match overall in the end.
또 FTG가
And for Yaki's answer,
저도 한 3대 2에서 3대 1 생각하고 있었는데
I was also thinking 3-2 or 3-1.
아무래도 저희를 많이 경계하고 있는 것 같고
But I think that they're very wary of us.
맞다고 생각을 해서 3대 0으로 생각하겠습니다.
So I'm going to my final answer is 3 Overwatch.
3대 0을 앞두고 있는데 자 지금까지 러너웨이의 러너님 그리고 FTG
And that was the team rep interview between Runaway versus FTG. And before we head into the final map veto, I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Well, now let's take a look. Ooh, okay, big changes across the board here as far as the maps are concerned. Looks like FTG looking to take us over to Nepal. Something tells me Bernard wants to play some more Orisa. And then we'll go over to Blizzard World. So Runaway bringing out a very classic pick that they used to run. Curious to see what they're going to be piecing together for that.
Yeah, Blizzard World, I don't think we've seen any of that, but maybe a map that I'm not remembering, not in Korea anyway. The FTG pick into Coliseum is interesting. I think it's by far Runaway's better push map. Who knows if this meta had changed that. And then we'll always hope that we get to Saravasa or Rialto. I would love to see some Rialto.
Yeah.
I don't know how it plays out in this meta, but it has always been like a really good Widow map. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, but we got to start it off on Nepal. And you predict we're going to see a little bit of Orisa on the point here.
Yeah, we were getting quite a bit of that there. I mean, both teams yesterday between FTG and WAC kind of handshaking to play that, and Bernard showing that he is incredibly proficient at bringing that out on the table. So I think he's likely going to be leaning on that Orisa once again here as we do get ready to go into Nepal. We'll have to see which submap we start on, but I think if it's going to be Sanctum especially, then he's going to be straight out the gates there with the Battle Cattle. So time will tell.
Was he the one hitting every single spear onto Proper? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. He was giving Proper a bit of a rough time there. Couldn't quite get the follow-up on the kills, but he was consistently forcing him to slide out and break those lines of sight. So I'm expecting big things here from the side of Bernard when it comes down to that pick, but there's also the chance that things could have changed overnight. They got their kind of maybe last little bit of play running that that Echo Tracer combination that was so prevalent even just a week ago. We'll see if they're still going to try to make that work, or if it's going to be just a very more up-to-date modern look from the side of FTG. Sorry, it was on the lip, actually, now that you mention it. It was, he was regularly getting the spears out on the lip. Duh.
Yeah, I knew it was somebody who was very good at the game. Yeah, wow, that is really good art.
That is a sick Adventure Time Finn fan art. Holy. I mean, we always talk about it. We always say Korean fans just another level above everybody else, but that's taking it to a whole other level right there.
Jerseys with the black sleeve too. If they're selling those, they're just printing money, right? That's got to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, every time that we do a pop-up at some of the events, the Runaway merch would go out pretty quickly. I remember them running one back over at Gauntlet, and we basically had to specifically reach out to Runner and Flowerv and say, hey, like, we want to buy some stuff. Please just hold it aside because we're going to be casting, so we won't be able to come down to the store when you open it. And we were fortunate enough that they were able to do that for us. But I mean, the sign's continuing. Runner fan there, or Runaway fan, I should say, there with the nice little Kiriko art, and saying Runaway victory with the Diva.
Well, both these coaches predicting a victory. Obviously, some history between these teams. And yeah, no surprises roster-wise.
Yeah, none whatsoever. And we'll see if Belosria does make another appearance. I'd be curious if this does go to 4, if he comes back in for Flashpoint and to play that Malga, or if Bernard has been picking it up. I mean, Bernard, I said it yesterday, kind of a jack of all trades, not necessarily a master of any, but the guy can play so many different things. So having him on the team is just an incredible amount of flexibility, which is so desperately needed by squads when it comes down to, playing Overwatch, just given the shift away, having the 5 players now in the game with Overwatch 2. But game, I'm being told, is ready to go. Looks like we had some last-second checks, but music will kick in. That means that we are going to kick off this matchup now. We jump onto Nepal for control.
The Bernard in the tank is interesting, as you bring up, just being more flexible. It almost reads that they want to be able to switch tanks if they have to. And if that happens, then they're more comfortable with Bernard doing it. Yeah, Belosria was not great last night. Belosria is a really good Orisa, though, so it is kind of curious. It makes me think that they understand that they might have to switch up this Orisa. That's also, it's very possible that Flashpoint is just the map and the comp that they practice with Belosria. So.
Okay, well, TP's forward. Alfie going to be going back over toward that Echo, but Zest is going to be on the Genji, as we were anticipating. This does mean that Mag can press back here on the Orisa, go for that 1v1. Mag showing a decent amount of proficiency on this pick as well. Prophet now just going to be on the hunt for that opening rail shot.
And not playing on the stairs, not exactly mirroring each other, so giving up a lot of space to FTG on the stairway. This is going to be just waiting for the one player to hit a shot.
Pretty much. Getting some decent neutral damage in, as Runaway will be able to occupy the point first and foremost here. Rail shot not going to be connecting. Prophet getting tagged up. There's those ever-important javelins coming through. This is a nice pushback there from Violet, contesting the high ground here and stopping the captain coming in for the time being. That's not able to find too much of anything, but oh man, Violet, I think he might have been going down into the pit, but regardless, Prophet is able to find that headshot. Great one to line up. Lucio gone. Means Runaway should be able to get the first grab of the point here, but he's out for a little bit more blood. Well, going to be going wide. Alpha Yi staying in the fight for the time being as the sticky bombs continue to put some pressure down here onto the Sojourn, and the cap still going to be eluding either squad for the time being. Violet now coming back in, getting some revenge, able to take down Prophet, beaming to the back line. Alpha Yi finding Lee J gone, and this time it's going to be Violet scooping up too as FTG comes back in with a vengeance, and they clean things up. First point cap is theirs.
Alpha Yi has to play so passively too on this Echo, but still getting a lot of damage in and getting the poke around the corners to set people up for the balanced beam. Comes in, cleans it up, but Violet is the one who picked up two. Both Lucios now with beat.
Oh, into the back line, and I mean, perfect dupe target here for Alpha Yi. Obviously very proficient when it comes down to the Genji, but already going to take quite a bit of damage. Needs to try to sustain this dupe, but building up on the blade, looking very unlikely here for the time being. Dashes down, gets some decent damage there onto Zest, but eventually will be broken out of this one, but still holding the line, buying some time here for the squad as Violet going low on screen does manage to find some sustain, keeps himself alive as Runaway still just struggling to try to work their way over onto this point, flipped into their favor. Prophet immediately being greeted with sticky bombs with a kunai to the face, Spin finding that opening kill as he will get taken down. Kitsune Rush was committed into the fight here, but it's going to be Runaway living up to their name as they backpedal back over towards the dropship.
Prophet was going to be the engine that made them go there too with the overclock, but unable to commit it now. I think you're waiting on Zest. Beat Blade, be really, really strong here, and it's just about Violet. If Violet can get their own barrier down or do some disengage to render the Genji null and void. It's been a really slow-paced match.
It has been. Overclock coming through to try to amp things up a little bit more here. Exchanged on both sides as Flora shot through there on a Prophet, but eliminations not going to be found here by either side. Flora caught by a javelin there for a brief little moment. Wiley is still going to be safe. Beat coming through as Violet is diving into the back line. Terror Surge out from Mag, trying to create some space. Violet falling low. Eventually does get picked off. Probably able to find that one as the blade. Only a couple seconds remaining on this one. Gets a little bit of slices through there on Bernard to try to soften up that Orisa. Push now coming in from Runaway. Charging forward. They will be able to clean up Bernard, and the flip is going to be there in their favor right as FTG hits 96% but Zest gone. Alfie finding that a limb. The beam coming through. Let's take down the Genji. So a bit of a window of opportunity here for FTG to get back into the driver's seat.
Violet just got really aggressive and found himself in the middle of nowhere, had to use the beat, and that beat signals Runaway that you've got a free blade if you want it.
Oh, Kitsune Rush going to the back line now, and Alpha Yi completely catching Lee Jae on. full pick up there with the sticky bombs. They find that elimination. The dude comes through, adding another Sojourn here into the mix. Runaway have to pull back. They have to give some space, but no one's touching the point. Zest is just a moment too late. They trusted in him being able to get that tag. That is just going to be 121%. Very slow to start, but FTG, once they got control, things very much sped up, and now they get themselves the first round win here on Nepal.
Yeah, Zest just a little bit too slow to the point. It's also really difficult with vertical heroes sometimes. The way the game checks if someone's on the point can be really thrown off by someone who's flying. So it's very possible that he was legit on the point. I know everyone has had it happen to them, either a Pharah or an Echo, and that's just a tough one to come back from. FTG looks like they're going to roll into the Maga composition. Run and gun, heart attack. I'm spitballing here.
Yeah. Don't mind the heart attack. Oh, looks like Mag.
Well, I mean, he's got 2 hearts, right? Maga in the lore has 2 hearts.
Did not know that. I'm not up to snuff.
I think that's what I read on the wiki today.
Well, could be the case. Either way, it's just as big enough to fit 2 in there. Like, Mag just gonna still try to find some success here with the Sarisa. Zest this time out the gate, going for that Echo. So FTG a bit more up to date here as far as the comp is concerned. Rail built up. Violet maybe the target here as Wraithwalk is going to be used there by Alpha E. Self-protected. Violet dive into the back line. He's going ham. Going to find that elimination. Can't quite get it done though. As both teams still going to be full 5 members alive. Wraith forward. They take similar aggressive spacing here is Alpha E as FTG clear the point. They're able to find some eliminations, and they get that opening cap. Jigon now to get pushed back and get finished off as Bernard is able to get him with the melee hit. That's going to be FTG first on the board once again.
Prophet has been very much neutralized, even on the first stage as well. They are going after Prophet, knowing that that's where most of the consistent damage is going to come from. And if Zest is in the sky, that's fine, but they're kind of just straight up ignoring Zest, letting him fly and taking a little bit of damage here and there. But Prophet has been the ultimate target, going after him, whether it was with the Echo, but now, I mean, Reaper vs. Sojourn, Reaper usually clears that.
Other support ultimates available here for the son of FTG. Vigilante first to use his, and Prophet able to find some value. Flora going to be taken down 10% away from that EMP, so a little bit of opportunity now to work with, but Violet's still going to be committing in here with that sound barrier. Jigon holding, Pass is ready to go as Terra Surge looks for the elimination. Bernard getting pulled in and escape. Ends up getting taken down. Beat still held. It's a big boon here for the side of Runaway if they can get the flip, but it looks like with Violet and Alpha Yi falling, they will be able to do so. Final cleanup is there on to Finn. Flora rejoining for a brief moment. Does get the EMP online, but is swiftly sent back into the respawn room once more.
Not 2 words you always hear together, Lee Jae-gon and Patient, but really well played to hold on to that beat. They just invested Zest dupe and ended up using the, I believe it was Cage Fight that he got out there too. So Zest getting all the damage down. Bernard is going to be a great target for the Echo to duplicate a lot of utility that you want to be able to duplicate on the tanks, but this one's all about the EMP, and are they going to have an answer? Like, holding this beat is perfect. In theory, they should be able to beat this EMP.
Okay, well, Flora goes down to 1 HP. He's trying to get that hack through. Sound Barrier now going to be used in response to the Death Blossom EMP there on the back end. Prophet able to find one, taking out that enemy Sombra before getting picked off here by Bernard. So far, it's just going to be that 2 for 2 with Mag hovering low. Vigilante doing his damage, trying to keep him alive. Zest trying to continue to apply some pressure here, but eventually does get hounded down. FTG in the meantime have since gotten the flip back into their favor. As well, Mag, well, he'll be able to spear Bernard off the side of the map, and then Violet sends him straight back down there as well. Alfie having a chuckle, giving a wave. It's FTG now moving up past 75%.
This is my favorite Lucio matchup of all time. Not already living up to the billing. This is fantastic. Well, Runaway has to win this next fight, but they need to be patient during it. I think you can open up with the Kitsune, obviously, but really I want to see who Zest takes on as the duplicate. I mean, duplicating a Sombra is a risky gambit.
It certainly is. Yes. But now, looks like, yep, will just be that Malga dropping down to build up his cage fight very quickly, and Bernard just getting shredded for the overrun. Can't quite. The sun, they don't go to the point! Oh my god, Runaway. Oh, dear lord. They don't touch again, and that is how the map comes to a finish. What the hell?
They have not been the cleanest team in the league, or tournaments, whatever you want to call it. But that's 2 in a row.
Oh,
that is reaching actual levels of C9-ness.
Yeah, that's kind of astounding. Oh my god. All right. Well, my eyes
need to see the top downs there and see like exactly what happened.
I mean,
but I think
he was
Zest
so close.
ran off. Yeah, I think the Zest duplicate, I think, overran the point, you know, apropos of its name.
I think he was just a half a second too late. He was just about to get in there, and then it just ended. Oh, dear. Well, that's one for the subreddit. Incredible scenes out here between these two squads. So I think if Runaway can simply clean up the part about standing on the objective, we can have a very competitive series on our hands as we get ready to go deeper into this one. But for now, that is them dropping the opening map. So FTG out to a solid lead.
And it was Zest both times, right? Like that's kind of a bad thing. Zest really not accustomed to not being Tracer. You know, he used if Zest is on Tracer, no problem. You touch, no problem, all day. But that's one that Runaway can't be dropping. So we thought this was going to be a pretty close match, but overall, like Runaway can't really be dropping maps if they expect a top 2 finish, which I think is almost out of the books right now. But like I said, these are teams ranked 3 and 4 with Runaway ahead. So if FTG can pull this off, I think they jump up. I don't know how to do math, but I'll look at the standings a little bit later and see if that's the case. But they would both be tied at 4 wins. It would just be the map differential that would keep them apart. So as we go through the weeks, I mean, we're already down to it. There's only like 3 matches left for FTG.
Yeah, I mean,
2 matches left for Runaway.
Things are dwindling here for all of these squads. So, I mean, every single win counts. Like you said, the map score could become incredibly relevant in deciding which teams are going to be getting forward into that playoff spot and which ones have to go through the play-in system. So, could be tough. And for Runaway, you know, as we were highlighting coming into this, the wins that they have gone, while are widely plentiful, they've only dropped the singular series to Falcons in the opening. But the wins haven't necessarily been clean. That 3-1's there, that 3-2 is there, and now they're starting things down at 0-1. So need to try to run it back. That was Nepal. That was the map pick for the side of FTG. So now we have Blizzard World getting ready to come up. So I'm curious if Runaway has cooked something up on this map. I remember they were back in contenders in 2018 that were the ones that were willing to debut this map. So there's a lot of comfort there, at least for Runner. For the rest of the team, we'll have to just wait and see. First, we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll get in the hybrid. Alrighty, we are back, and getting ready to go into map 1, right? Map 1 didn't happen yet. Surely. Surely, we're just getting started. No, it is going to be a 1-0 start here for the side of FTG after some things occurred on Nepal. Anyway, much like Runaway need to, we will brush past that and get ready to go into Blizzard World.
A map that we've not seen like at all in this region. I think there's a heavy North American and European bias for this map, but that was last week, so who knows? The meta has shifted. This is always a map that I think of like Ball being really good on, and then also I know we haven't seen her like at all in the tournament. This is a really good Ashe map. It's just that Sojourn is so much stronger right now, the burst potential, but I'd like to see something a little bit different, and both of these teams are kind of showing us a little bit different. We've got Echoes, you know, yes, there was a Reaper Sombra, but it was a change into it, so some Genji, some Echo, always glad to see it, and these teams seem like they have a gentleman's agreement, and I wonder if Runaway's cooking something on this map. I don't think there's a substitution, so...
I don't believe so. It looks like everybody still just going to be rolling with the same stuff, so Bernard's still going to be in the opposite side of the stage. Big Prophet fan and Zest fan as well there in the audience.
Yeah, I keep mentioning a substitution like there's a ton of options for substitutions. It's pretty much will Bella's Ria come in for Bernard. That's it. That is just beautiful. I don't know Adventure Time very well, but even I recognize that.
It's, yeah, just fantastic with that. I wonder how long it took them to be able to make that one, but hopefully it'll end up on the on Finn's wall. I would imagine after the match, Fan would want to just go ahead and hand that over to him so that he's got something to remember them by. Some gorgeous artwork being shown here for all the players on stage. It's some less than gorgeous play so far out from the side of Runaway. So they all like to go to Blizzard World. Like you said, we haven't really seen this in Korea. It was a really big map at the start of Japan. But that was several weeks ago, and right now the only team that really still regularly takes us there would be the Namaguchi brothers, where they do actually play that Ashe. So maybe that will come through. We'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, Prophet, you would expect that if anyone's going to be playing it, it would be him. But Runaway clearly cooking up something a little bit different here for us. So let's see if the comp changes with the map pick.
A pretty quiet map from Prophet. I mean, our expectations are super high, so it's not always really fair. They'd be like, well, Prophet didn't absolutely crush, so what's wrong with Prophet? But there was some really nice play around, I thought, from Alpha Yi on that Echo, especially on the first point. There's a world in which that Echo gets completely shut down, but it was the other way around. They ended up taking interesting angles, and he was hitting the beam, and they really focused on making sure that Prophet was the number one priority. All right, let's do this, Runaway.
Okay, things could be getting very interesting, as we'll wait and see if they're going to stick with it once the gates get ready to open up here. But I mean, yeah, okay, they're in a committed position with this one. Hi again, Mike Morheim. Prophet is going to be sticking with the Widow. Alfie moves it up, shot. A little exchange there. It looks like Bernard is going to be swapping over to now Sigma. They maybe identified the Widowmaker is there, so we'll just have that barrier to really just deny those sightlines away.
I'm making a couple more swaps too. All right, let's just some Diva now.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it's to deal with the Widowmaker. Needs some mitigation.
Okay.
Everyone else kind of just.
Well, Violet just doing Violet things. Puts his face out there, and Prophet happy to snatch up that elimination. Gets the opening kill there as Alfie going to be hounded down by Zest. And I mean, what world am I living in at the moment? This is the comp being played.
World.
Hey, to that
the best one.
That dude that was in chat earlier begging for Ana to be played. Here you go. Vigilante's got it. Unreal. Well, let's see how this carries forward here as we go deeper into the map. But already a minute going to be chewed through. Laura on the hunt. Dropping down, looking for the hack there on a Mag. Will be interrupted. Mag taking his exit. Moving back over here towards the point where Prophet, the sightlines becoming more and more limited as these players try to pile in on top of that Widowmaker. It's actually going to be Lee Jae-gon who gets taken down. Violet finding that kill. Lucio now gone, and that is going to be the first getting ready to come through as Mag pushing forward, trying to keep this point contested for the time being, but eventually will get shoved back.
I think they are going to be able to come in here. Mag's got to initiate, and this pulse bomb has to get value from Zest as Prophet is pushed out of the fight.
Try to lob that one in. Pulse bomb not going to be able to get the connection. Is Prophet going to be taken down, but HP bar is going lower and lower here for both of the supports. Finn hanging on by a thread as Mag rotating around the back. Going to try to isolate and pick off Finn. Zest will be allowed to collect, and Bernard inevitably going to get knocked out of this mech where there's an on in play. They can stagger the ever-loving hell out of him as he tries to make his way over towards the coast, but nope, Sleep Dart will miss, so it looks like they'll just let him get over towards the water and then take him down.
I mentioned this on several other hybrid maps, but this one feels the most like it, where your offense takes a long time to set up. So if you aren't coming through on these fights, you're in a bad spot. I mean, look at this, 90 seconds left. It seems like the clock just bleeds away on Blizzard World.
Do have a nice jumping off point, though, with those 2 ticks taken. Prophet with the infra sight, just looking to further delay. Trying to get the shot around the corner there onto the enemy Lucio, trying to take down Violet once again. Since the opening death has found a lot more stability and impact here for the squad. Mana now going to be invested as Mag goes jumping into the back. They're looking for him. So for now, he will be allowed to survive. For now, let's get the Primal Rage pop as Finn commits that Kitsune Rush. So way back over. Mag just looking to hold the doorway here. Get the stomp damage through. Sending a Tracer into the drink, going to be a little bit difficult. Prophet able to find a shot there. Four going to be taken down, quickly traded out as the pulse bomb stick goes in, but the shielding is there to try to keep everybody alive, and so far it's working a treat. LPE though, still hoping to find the kill there on a Vigilante. He can take it down. Pulse bomb still held here for the side as Zest tries to lob it in, but Bernard has got the D-Matrix ready to go. Manages to dom that one up, so now it's going to be the supports out of the fight. Bernard popping that self-destruct. Forces him back away from the point, and now the cap can come through.
The ambitious pulse bomb was enormous there. Is this the first EMP Flora has gotten to, though? I mean, did I miss one earlier?
I think he came back in. I think he had it ready to go, but then Prophet just managed to dome him. So I think this is the first EMP, if my count is correct.
You'd like to charge that a little bit faster. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Runaway, the defense... We've got a Brig sighting as well. Brig recently got a little bit of a buff in the live patch as well. Cooldowns on the packs, I think.
It's like Runaway saying meta be damned, and Prophet will find Violet, who has since swapped over now onto that Ana, taking him out of the equation. It's Bernard trying to escort things forward, but it's going to be a very large ult battery here for Zest as he just works to build up the 6 pulse. Flora scouted, but not drawn out of that stealth, so still holds on to it here for the time being with that EMP ready to go. Prophet just forced back. Get himself on a deeper line. Flora trying to get this hack across. Comes in, Mag still there with the contest. That Primal Rage nearly online for him. It might be instrumental in trying to survive through this EMP. We suspect is going to be coming in at any moment, but we're not really finding the opportunity for it quite just yet.
Brig is such a good spy check too.
That's true.
You're swinging away, hitting area of effect. So, like, Brig can be really devastating to a Sombra. Also, I mean, the Rally also charges faster now, so we see a bash out of EMP. Something else. But right now, Runaway is just fine holding this defense, and Flora can't find
I mean, FTG has just been playing this 4v5 because Flora's just stuck in stealth, just scouting, but not finding an opportunity. And Anno committed here. He goes up over the top, looking for a target, makes his presence known, but shields raised, Legion on, staying protected. Dive into the back line now, but Violet gone. Mag able to find one. Prophet will get taken down, Legion on as well, going to be eliminated. So Vigilante hacked, the only support left alive here for the side Runaway. They have a very fast run back, and Finn dies. Violet was dead before, so now it's going to be swapping over onto the Lucio. So Cart inching forward here, but chance at a cap, unless Runaway want to C9 this one again. I don't think they're going to be able to get it here, so it's going to take another attempt, and now they're down at 5 seconds.
There's close spawns too, and this rally is going to be enormous.
Oh, Flora dead. Bernard nearly demacked. And okay, Zest goes diving forward, and Violet will be able to keep him protected. So the demack that would have been instrumental and maybe even forced out that self-destruct is not going to be found.
I mean, but they do have to fight into this rally in its final fight with 30 seconds left. Self-destruct's not an ult you even want to use. It's just a remack emergency, so FTG with nothing. But Runaway has to be careful. Please don't get off the face.
Okay, 2.67 meters left to go. Finn going to be anti there for the moment. Suzu clearly not off cooldown as Bernard tries to keep this mech, but now he's going to be forced to use that self-destruct. It's not in the best of spots, but will be able to get back in safely. No one pursuing deep enough to be able to find that Baby Diva. As Alpha Yi trying to put some pressure down here onto the back line. That pulse pump nearly built up for him, and it could be the difference maker as we get ready to hit OT. He himself getting whittled away at, going lower and lower. Mag with the zaps, just trying to find the kill. Primal now coming into play, looking for the juggle here on the Violet, pushing him into the corner, and is able to find his mark. He goes down, pulse bump from Alpha E, does clean up Lee J. Khan, but things are looking very good here for Runaway. OT starting to bleed down, Alpha E coming back through, takes out Prophet, but has so much more work to be done, and he just can't quite make it happen. Drop down there on the pulse bomb, no touch coming through. FTG going to be held just in front of point B.
It felt like they never really had a coordinated attack. Even their first offense from FTG was a little bit piecemeal, and they ended up just winning a duel between the Tracers. But they never... I mean, that composition has to be confusing to them for what to run, and it seems like they were never able to put together an opening support ultimate or get, like, enough picks. And, look, we can't... I mean, Flora Sombra, it did end up working once with the dive, and I think that's kind of how you want to use it, but you kind of expect more than one good EMP out of a Sombra who plays at the whole map.
Well,
Runaway did a good job of spy checking, though. They were all around. They were very aware. They were checking stuff. They know that Flora kind of wants to get in and do something to Prophet, right? Because you can't just let Prophet sit back and go unharassed the entire game. But yeah, they really shut down Flora, even with that the one dive that the ult worked on. This is such an interesting comp to be running on defense and offense, but it lets Mag run Winston, probably his best hero.
It does, but he might want to swap that up once he sees the Reaper. Obviously, Reaper playing in anti-dive against that Winston can be quite strong, but Prophet, if he sticks with the Widowmaker, could very easily open things up. We saw some really nice shots from him there on that defense, but now playing with the attacker sightlines, things could be a little bit more difficult, so I'm curious to see if he's going to end up swapping this one off.
I mean, it goes without saying, I think Maga probably really ruins Winston's day too, but yeah, Maga ruins every other tank's day.
Okay, looks like it's going to be the wholesale swap, and we will have a mirrored matchup now between these squads. That's Prophet going to lead the charge virus into the wall. Just going to build up. What's that EMP? Tabs on Flora, see how quickly he's going to be building up. This time it's off to a much better start as Bernard out of the open, getting tagged up, getting taken low as Mag now rushing forward. Getting the stop, not finding the stuns, but damage abounds here onto the members of FTG as they go backpedaling over towards the point. EMP though just now 15% away from being built up. Flora getting this one very swiftly, and everybody bunched up here from the side of Runaway. Nothing to really try to counteract this one as he goes up over the top. That's going to be all 5 players getting connected there with that EMP. The kills do spill forward, so cleanup now going to be continued. The first volley will be successfully staved off as Lee Jae-gon is desperately trying to get out the safety.
A much easier tank to build EMP on. Maga just out in the open, no shields, no cares, just firing away, sitting at 700 HP the whole time. So obviously really nice. Now the question is, what can Prophet get the same value out of it? You really, when you get Sombras in these comps, that's the big question that happens every single time. It's Sombra versus the supports. Can you get barriered out of it? Can you coalesce out of it?
Okay, well, Zest could just kill him. EMP now catching on the 4 remaining players. Selfie tries to stay alive. Down very committed in here from the side of Violet. They're widely still backpedaling. Now the shielding going to expire as Violet falls low. Goes back around the corner. First hit going to be snatched up here for Runaway. Alfie up over the top. The Death Blossom at the ready. Finds a moment to try to pull the trigger for now. He's just trying to pressure Prophet out of this one, but it's going to be forced away. Second tick already grabbed. Now the cap getting ready to come through, and it will. 4.5 minutes here as Runaway explode forth here into the kill feed, cleaning up everybody except Violet. He slinks his way out. He might just be able to survive as he does manage to grab that health pack, but plenty of time now to work with here as Runaway start the Streets phase.
4 minutes going into second is enormous. They're going to have some decent options for initiation. Really, though, you want to be catching up on this Sombra EMP charge, Flora versus Prophet, but they can just initiate with cage fight if they want.
Looks like Bernard might be thinking that as Alfie still having that Death Blossom. For some of that backline access, Sound Barrier coming through, trying to keep Mag alive. Cage fight comes in, and Finn with the Coalescence will be able to take him down. So Sound Barrier not going to be keeping them in this one at all now. They don't have that as a counter option to the EMP that has been built up here for the side of Flora. Zest going low, really limit testing, just trying to fish for whatever kind of ult charge he could possibly get. Actually has to pull away.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, with the beat gone, this is a free MP if you can just find it. You need a The follow-up is always going to be critical, but you can Death Blossom EMP this, and that should be a one fight, but the EMP comes up from the other side.
Okay, Flora using his as well. Now the Death Blossom in on top of it, and Alfie able to find 2 quick kills. Zest and Lee J Gone both going to be taken out. Prophet now cleaned up on the back end, and yep, fight win. Very handily going the way here of FTG. They get the team kill, and then choose through a decent amount of the clock. So still 3 minutes remaining. Still more that has to be done, but they're holding on.
Well, that was expensive from FTG, but it was more so expensive for Runaway. FTG at least still has the barrier, and Runaway has nothing to work with. I mean, you might start considering an eco push here.
So it might be necessary.
Just get Prophet as much charge as possible. That's your win condition.
You do have Cage Fight. Zest nearly there with the Death Blossom. Could be the combo that ends up coming in, but Sound Barrier and Coalescence about to be available here for the side of FTG, so they should have a decent amount of staying power. And now they're giving up some space. Guess they still have plenty to work with here. Bernard falling low. Mag trying to rush forward. Drops in the Cage Fight. Coalescence rolling here from Finn. Sound Barrier still going to be held for the time being as EMP comes across. Flora to turn the tides of this fight again as Mag now going to be taken down. Be again just chasing forward, trying to get this elimination on the Zest. Will be able to do so. And Prophet pulls the trigger on the EMP. The fight is over, son. What are you doing? Now he's not going to be able to escape, I don't think. Pulls back around the corner and eventually will be hounded down, and I think that was certainly not it.
I think you're just seeing uncomfortableness on the hero. Not everyone plays Sombra as always a niche hero. That's why we're always so impressed by people who play it extremely well. That's a mistake. You want that one back. Meanwhile, FTG has been holding on to this barrier. They're in a good position. Flora should have another EMP, and we are below 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean...
Right now, FTG just understanding this comp a little bit better.
Alpha Yi catching up towards that next Death Blossom. And catching up, he's pretty much lapping Zest at this point. Nearly have that cage fight to go in alongside it again. Minute 25 seconds now remaining. HP bar is going low. Another EMP out before it, catching all 5 players. They take on trying to keep everybody alive here for the time being. Now the Sound Barrier coming through. Very much limit testing with that one, but now Alpha Yi pulls the trigger. Death Blossom comes in. He's going to clean up too. Zest and Lee J Gone falling to the wayside, and that is going to be yet another team kill. And now just a minute remaining as the respawns have to come in once more.
Again, costly for FTG, but it ends up working out for them as they get the kills through that. So Lee J Gone had to hit that beat, and everyone was so low. So a critical beat for him, but really, you're just looking for Vigilante to open. Maybe that drives back FTG into a weird spot, and Prophet can EMP.
Okay, hack out onto Prophet. Yep, not going to be able to get much of anything from that. Zest just trying to clear them off the cart. Coalescence will force them back here for the time being, so it's space bought at the moment. It would seem for the side of Runaway. It's Bernard. Taking down low. Needs some heals. Flora, that next EMP, 10% away from it now. Selkie as well. Death Blossom nearly built up. 23 seconds remaining. Runaway going to have to finish this one in overtime if they can finish it at all. So much to try to get through now as the EMP swing onto the corner. Catches everyone just about. Mag taken out, and it seems like that should be it. Sound Barrier thrown in. They still have the Coalescence. They have the Blossom. Anybody who gets a touch here onto the card should instantly get blown up. And there you go. Lee J Gone, he's been spotted. He's been found. He's been taken down. Finn will find the final 2 kills here of the map. And after what was looking like a fantastic defense and a surprise composition from Runaway, they end up getting held just a bit more. Now FTG lead the series 2-0.
I think you're seeing uncomfortableness on the damage lines for this team. I don't even know if it's the hero pick. Prophet just seems a little bit off tonight, and that goes back to the Sojourn map. Zest doesn't look great on the Reaper either, but obviously I think it was a huge Sombra difference, and in these compositions to get Sombra diffed, that is a really hard proposition to come back from. The support ults were usually just a little bit better too, but mostly like Prophet getting nothing off of that penultimate EMP. What are you going to do? Like that's supposed to win you the fight. And I think a lot of it was just positioning and FTG being really aggressive with their positioning as far as following up on the EMPs. It would come up over the top, but then they always had a Reaper in good position. Like their damage dealers were just more in sync and in better spots. The Reaper play from FTG was superior to what Zest was putting out.
Yeah, it feels like Runaway not really wanting to try to fall into the current meta that we've been seeing, wanting to try to stray away from it, but when it's so strong and you're getting beat down, they try to match it. And like you said, I think that discomfort is very much being seen at the moment here from these players. So a rough position to be in, and you know, this 0-2 scoreline something that potentially could have been easily avoided by simply playing on the points over in Nepal. Now they find themselves down match point in the hands of FTG, and they have to reverse sweep if they want to maintain their win streak, if they want to continue to try to climb up into those top standings. But I don't know. This is just such a poor spot to be in.
It's push too, and push, as we've seen, is really good for Reaper Sombra, especially this particular push. I think it's Cervasa. No, it's Coliseo.
Coliseo we're going into,
yeah. Which again, I think is one of Runaway's better. Well, is Runaway's better push map. But who knows? Like, the meta completely changed, so it might not be. I'm thinking Runaway when they were playing like Vigilante Baptiste. We're not going to see that, I would really doubt. But Runaway is an interesting strat on this map to just not really push it.
Yep.
Everyone is going for that bridge hold because it's kind of busted that you're able to hold from up top of the bridge. Let's be honest. It's been in the game for a couple years, and people have not gotten accustomed to it. So interesting map, but yeah, Runaway's got to be questioning. Do we mirror? Do we try to do something? Because that looked pretty one-sided on their own map pick, which was Blizzard World.
Yeah,
it's a cool little gimmick. Come out with the Widow. It looks kind of nice, but as far as the compositions go, you know, this is the meta we're in, and there's just so much sustain that even the Widow pick wasn't getting a ton of value left. So they need to find out where they're at on this meta, and yeah, concerns for Runaway.
Yeah, well, they only have a little bit of time to try to figure that out. So we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we will get in the Coliseo and see whether or not this is going to just be a 3-0 at the hands of FTG. Alrighty, we are back and going into map number 3. FTG out in a firm lead, now up 2-0 after some oopsies on Nepal and a strong defense from them there on Blizzard World. Seeing through the thin veil of Runaway's gimmicky comp, let's just say that. But now we go over to Coliseum. Runaway have looked good on this map, as we've been talking about, but that was in the previous meta. That was last week. How do they look now coming into this Mauga-centric meta?
It's almost crazy how week 1, week 2, and now week 3 have been just wildly different. I mean, week 3 makes the most sense because of the mid-season patch that came through, and in which they lowered the DPS passive, which allows you to play different tanks, and then Mauga just got numbers, got good numbers that they changed for him. So it comes down to that, and then it's what do you build around this? We've seen a lot of Symmetra, also with a buff, and then mostly it's Reaper Sombra, and Sombra getting an 8% alt charge buff is kind of crazy, and we've seen a lot of players take advantage of it. And right now, you know, you wouldn't think to say it, but Zest and Prophet look a little bit lost on their damage dealers, and it goes back to even that first map where Prophet wasn't really doing much to slow down Alpha Yi, and Zest wasn't able to touch the point twice.
Yeah.
Like, that's a heartbreaker, and they haven't really looked like they've recovered from that. It was a little closer in Blizzard World, but not really. They were just much better engagements constantly with the Reaper from FTG.
Yeah, better engagements, the hack cancel on the EMP there at the end. Prophet just not really having a good time, but you can see widely it looks like the team still is having a good time. Smiles abound here for the side of the Runaway squad, so if nothing else, is one thing you can always rely on when it comes down to Runner is just keeping the spirits high once they, you know, go backstage and get prepped for this next map. But Coliseum needs to be the turning point here for the side of Runaway. Runner said it was going to be a 3-2 victory. If they can get that, it will have to be in reverse sweep fashion. Otherwise, FTG might just be giving us a very fast side of games.
Yeah, Runaway all smiles. It's hard to be mad when you look that good. Man, the Jersey power definitely coming through there. I love seeing these maps at the highest level because I have my graphics turned to potato, so I don't even know what half the maps kind of look like. The map design is in Overwatch is really beautiful. So it's second only to the sound design in the game, in my opinion.
It's a lot of polish. Let's see though.
Yeah,
looks like
Blizzard polish.
Mirrored matchups here, so Prophet going to be taking a second crack here at this Sombra. Let's see if that Blizzard World can be used as a bit of a warm-up and find some more comfort. Or if it is going to be Flora who just continues to have the upper hand. So for now, just scouting, identifying, yep, okay, this is going to be a mirrored matchup. We can expect there's going to be a Sombra on the opposite side. Now they can start looking for him. Prophet already making his presence known, just charging out right up here in front. This is going to be taking the lead so far towards that EMP.
And neutral looking really, really even. Really the big thing is when is the Mauga going to initiate, and can you farm off of the Mauga?
So far they've been playing back. Lock this thing locked in position, and I mean, getting any kind of neutral kill with these compositions is pretty damn difficult. Alfie and Flora did take a decent amount of damage there, though. For now, it's just going to be Vigilante surging towards that Coalescence, getting his very rapidly. Finn's still only going to be at 74%, but Violet now has a sound barrier, and that could be the go button here for the side of FTG. You know, EMPs.
Or you save it, knowing that the EMP's coming.
EMP's online, Lee J-Gon, sound barrier available. Does he drop the beat? The answer is going to be yes. He and Violet both sending these ones simultaneously. EMP helping to make some things up there. They will be able to find Bernard, so first kill going the way of Runaway. There's FTG now going to be backpedaling. The bot should be able to start moving forward here and gain some distance, but given that the progress is just now beginning, it could be a very fast recontest from the side of FTG.
FTG chooses not to commit the Coalescence into that, which is a little bit strange because Vigilante did, and it seems like Vigilante is going to have another Coalescence. You really have to start valuing ultimates differently in this composition where almost every fight you're going to have Coalescence, you're going to have EMP, just the way the sustain works, the healing is going to be so high. So FTG decides not to throw in the Coalescence, and now they're going to be dead even on it.
Disadvantage taken away from the build times, and now he's also going to be first to use it. Finn pulling the trigger at the same time as for it. Quick jump back. Just put some damage layered in there on Lee J-Gon, so Lucio down. It's going to be Violet. Another opportunity to go ahead and catch up and get that next beat online. EMP now out from Flora, sending that one around the corner, answering EMP still coming through here from the side of Prophet, but again, the timing, the identifying identifying whether or not the fight is going to be winnable. It's still not there. They end up getting cleared up. It's taken out. I mean, I think maybe if you didn't lose Lee Jae-gon at the start, you could make something happen there, but it's yet again just another ill-advised use of that ult.
FTG is just clearing on the Sombra Reaper duo. They really haven't figured out. Watch every EMP. Alpha is in the perfect spot every time to be able to capitalize immediately. And the time to kill needs to be so important, but also able to hold his ultimate too. It's just the DPS duo understands this comp way better.
Cage fight now in here from Bernard. That Death Blossom now going to be used. Alpha goes in, cleans up 3. Lee Jae-gon Prophet all gone. Gets Zest for the cherry on top. 4 kills here for him. Team kill across the board, and FTG now stretching this lead. Given that...
hard to see a way through for Runaway so far.
Prophet just getting dragged out of stealth and nearly killed off. Before will be first to have that EMP back online here. And just recycling these. Get into a team fight, send the ult, win the team fight over and over again. Sends it now, finds 3, Lee Jae-gon, hacked out, ends up getting taken down first and foremost. Coalescence Vigilante is not in a position to try to keep him alive. Violet collects the kill, the bot continues to move forward, and that's going to be checkpoint found for FTG.
A critical fight there to win the checkpoint and not even allow a top bridge hold from Runaway.
Oh my god. Down to double-digit HP. Stays alive as cage fight now coming through. Sound barriers out from Violet. EMP up over the top, catching on a 4. Alpha going to be the first one to fall. So Virus does tick him down. And looks like it's going to be relatively clean here on the back end for them to be able to find the remainder of these kills. But so much distance that they have to try to clean up, and the bot's still going to be held in place as they struggle to take down Bernard. Finally will do so. Lee Jae-gon did die right there at the very end, but it's their own team kill here for the side of Runaway. A brief reprieve for them at the very least.
Yeah, kind of a desperate sound barrier there from Violet. Everyone is in the corner. Most teams I've seen play this map are happy to give up that point. You know it's not great for the offense, and usually they'll just disengage, so an interesting spend there. But what I'm looking at is this duo, the EMP, and watch where Reaper ends up after this EMP.
Up over the top, EMP comes through. Well, he ends up on the floor as Zest is able to find that kill right before the EMP comes in. Flora now going to be taken down as well. Lee Jae-gon again the casualty here in the fight. 2-for-2 exchange, but the ports still standing tall here for the side of FTG. Gives them a bit more staying power, but without that oomph, without that damage, they decide to back up. They know that they have some distance that they can surrender for free.
Usually the Reaper is in good position, so I curse that one. It's all good though. So gonna take this position back as well. FTG is going forward. I think you can open with Coalescence here.
Okay, EMP goes in, up over the top, hack out onto 3. Violet going to be taken down by Lee Jae-gon, traded again, just not able to use the sound barrier at all. Now the Coalescence and the cage fight comes through from FTG as they handedly win the fight just with this minor little combo. And Lee Jae-gon just cannot stay alive.
I mean, it's simplistic Overwatch, but it's just getting value out of ultimates. That's period all that's happening. FTG, when they use ultimates, they win fights. Runaway, when they use ultimates, flip a coin. And it has not been clean from them in this meta.
Well, it's not in their favor. Bot again, getting moved up the ramp. Zest going to be taken out. Sound barrier now used here from Violet. Lee Jae-gon finally pulling the trigger on his own. Gets the shielding out for the 3 other players here. Still left alive on the squad, but they can't push forward. They can't take space. They can't stop this bot, so it's getting ready to round the corner and start working its way up the final ramp.
It's to the point where if you lose your Reaper, you can't really fight. You just don't have the damage to be able to chunk through all the sustain that team's able to put out.
Up over the top, there's the EMP. Death Blossom going to be committed to here, but Zest just gets danced on. Renard finding that kill. Stun out from Mag. Will be able to take Finn and Violet low, but can't find any eliminations, and the push now continues as FTG looking for the finisher. Fade out, Vigilante will be able to stay alive, but I mean, they're just getting cycled on right now as Zest is going over to Farah? What is this?
In theory, there's nothing that really shoots up.
Sure. You don't have any super long-range damage. A hack could take you out of the sky, though, so that would be something to be a little bit concerned about. But hey, actually, the Coalescence, that could maybe cycle out. Does come through there from Finn. Cage fight going to be dropped in from Mag. And up to the top, Zest able to find Violet. And the cleanup will look good, at least for now. The TP, Alpha Yi in a rough spot, trying to get on top of this one, but eventually will get taken down. But there's still a ton of distance that needs to be closed here by Runaway, and there's only 3 minutes remaining.
It might be a switch to Faro. First of all, Faro looked really good there, and there is really not much to shoot up. So you will be able to get the barrage, and then EMP barrage can be good. It also might be, I hope this Pharah makes them switch, because we are getting outclassed on the Reaper.
It could very well be the case. Just desperately hoping. As Prophet just going to get hacked there. No real follow-up damage. Virus does get a connection. SS now. Barrage is online. The only thing is, this is pretty unmitigated damage that is coming down, but getting him into a position where he can make use of this barrage can be difficult. That's going to be the cage fight now coming through. Bernard still going to get dropped, and Sound Barrier was there to help protect. So Lijigon keep this far in the fight as Alpha Yi will also fall to it. The follow-up shot spin does manage to take him down, so Zest dead. Quick TP out as Violet tries to hound down that elimination there on a Prophet, but now he himself is in a bit of a rough position. Can take the long way around, as you can see Lijigon rotating over, trying to get the intercept here.
Yeah, I don't think FTG really cares about this Pharah. They're just playing around to get their own EMPs. That's it. They know EMP wins them fights. They've got support ultimates. Taking all that damage from the Pharah has actually helped their supports build really quickly.
Center Rush now coming in. EMP going to be slapped across. That's going to be 3 players caught by it, but the follow-up not being found. It just kind of scatters to the wind, and the Zesty can't really pursue indoors to try to find anybody there. So EMP ultimately not leading to too much. Now, their own EMP coming through. Quick cleanse off there from Vigilante, using that Suzu, keeping Mag protected, but backpedaling necessary from the side of Runaway as Zest just sat here onto the high ground, taking some pot shots, trying to get some damage through, trying to find an elimination. Coalescence trying to keep everything else alive as the HP bars from FTG continue to hover lower and lower. Sound Barrier shielding now coming across there from Violet as Alpha Yi pulls the trigger on the Death Blossom, and he's going to be able to find Mag. He gets taken out. Zest Barrage, however, takes out Alpha Yi. The Concuss also takes out Bernard. Cleanup is going to be there. They're without their tank, which Lijigon might have to go try to usher him back into this one, but Runaway managing to win yet another fight. That distance coming back through, but it's still an immense amount of distance, nearly 80 meters that needs to be covered. There's only 44 seconds remaining.
But FTG doesn't have anything, like absolutely nothing to be able to win this fight. If Prophet's ever going to hit a valuable EMP, now is the time. And they're going to have the Kitsune Rush. Like, I think FTG is in a pretty bad spot. They need to play for EMP.
Oh, Violet.
It's as simple as that.
Flying low around there is Violet. He's going to get punished for that. Zest will find the kill, the EMP this time. Comes up with multiple frags. Catching on to 4, but no real follow-up. Lijigon now going to be taken down. Finn so very low, but it doesn't matter, and I think that's just about going to do it. The team kill comes across. Mag respawning is going to be so far away. No one is going to be able to touch this bot. 5 seconds will just bleed down, and it seems like FTG going to be locking in a 3-0 victory as Lijigon, he knows it's over. The headset's off, the earbuds are out, knowing that there's just no way in hell for him to make it over there. So, much to our surprise, FTG come out swinging and get themselves a 3-0 victory over Runaway.
When the meta shakes up, strange things can happen. FTG is now 4-1 with a +9 map differential. Runaway 4-2 +6 map differential. So FTG handily takes 3rd place away from Runaway with this match.
I think they had 6 coming into this one, right? So it should be... Maybe I'm wrong. I think they did have 9.
Well, FTG gets all the maps, right? So
Yeah.
they have, +9 differential. I don't know if I misspoke or not. It is actually very, very late here, and daylight savings time is not doing me any favors.
I mean, I think Runaways might be a little bit lower, but we should be able to see the standings at the end of this all, though. But for now,
I don't know
FTG
why I
can have
ever
their
try to do
moment.
math.
It is a struggle for us as commentators, but nothing can really compare to the struggle that we saw here from Runaway. Very uncharacteristic. They have been that team that, yeah, they've had blocky beginnings to their series, but then they've kind of shifted it into gear, and we've seen them look clean. But right now, with this meta, clearly just way too much discomfort. Not really prepared with the Sombra take, the Reaper. I mean, Zest with the Pharah, he was doing pretty decently, layering in quite a bit of damage. His barrages were finding some impacts, but it's unfortunately not sustainable, and it's not really something that you can come out the gate with. And as we saw, like there near the end, Alpha just says, okay, well, if you're going to do this, then I can just go for the Echo, which is more mobile, has more damage output options, given that you have that beam to just work down that front line. But take a look at our player of the match, and it is going to be Alpha Yi.
Double thumbs up. Who's got 2 thumbs and likes Reaper? This guy.
That he does. Very well practiced, as it turns out.
It was to me, and I know I cursed him a little bit once, but just watching the Selmer and Reaper work in harmony and in unison was completely different than watching Runaway's Prophet or Runaway's Sombra Reaper. There were just so many times where the EMP would come out because it looks like a good EMP. There's 3 people there, but your Reaper is not there, and you have to be there immediately to start doing the damage and taking people down because the healing throughput from your Moira is usually going to get people back up, and if not, then maybe there's going to be a beat or coalescence. So it has to be so close together and so much in harmony that Alpha Yi and Flora really had it, and it was every time there was an EMP, Alpha Yi was getting kills, and that's exactly what you want out of that comp.
Yep, I just beautifully done there from the side of Alpha Yi, and I mean it all started back here with this Echo that was just dominant. I mean, yeah, C9's aside, it was still looking rough. I don't know even if they had played the point of Runaway was going to be able to win out that opening map at the ball because Alpha Yi was just doing so much work for the team. I think honestly, you know, a big shout as well for Flora. I think that he had a fantastic turnaround performance after the opening attack here on Blizzard World. You know, give him a little bit of discredit just because he was holding on to the EMP, not being able to find any kind of setup for it whatsoever. But as soon as they got over to defense, as soon as they got over here to Coliseo, Flora was just absolutely electric with that Sombra. So a big shout to him, but Alpha Yi, the consistency throughout this set was gorgeous to see from this guy.
Yeah, I almost even forgot about Flora's lack of EMP on Blizzard World because it was the Sombra was so dominant afterwards.
Alright, well, we will get to hear from Alpha Yi, so we'll hand this back over to Quest one last time tonight to hear the translation.
Thank you very much, Achilleos, and we are back with the final POTM interview of the day. FTG taking the 3 Overwatch against Runaway.
승리 축하드립니다. 자, 승리팀 FTG의 POTM은
And we have Alpha Yi on stage. So please introduce yourself.
저는 FTG에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는
And I am the DPS for FTG, Alpha Yi.
네, 자 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 3대 0으로 이기겠다라고 선언하신 야키 코치님의
Yaki in the earlier interview said that they would the team would win 3-0. So how do you feel about today's win?
생각보다 좀 잘 풀려서 좀 다행이었던 것 같아요.
And I'm actually kind of relieved that some of the newer team comps that we were showcasing worked out well.
선택을 하면서 좀 위도우의 애를 먹는 모습이 포착이 됐어요. 그런데 그럼에도 불구하고 바로 파회법을 딱 보여주시면서 승리를 가져갔단 말이죠.
On Blizzard World, how did you manage to beat through the Widow comp?
베르나르 형이 갑자기 벽에 껴가지고 움직이지 못하더라고요.
We could have won easier, but Bernard got stuck on the wall. So so we told ourselves that we would play defense a lot better.
별콜 없고 세원이 형 막 낚였어 막 이러고.
Some of the things that they talked about, Sewan said, I baited.
별콜 없었던 것 같아요.
And other than that, nothing standing out in terms of in-game calls.
자, 바로 이렇게 파회법으로 승리를 거머쥐셨고 오늘 리퍼 플레이도 굉장히 좋았죠.
Your Reaper gameplay was incredible. And was it something that you prepared today?
한 번도 안 해봤던 조합이긴 한데.
Yeah, it was a team comp that we never practiced in scrims.
손브라 리퍼 같은 거는 플로라 선수랑 좀 많이 오래 맞춰봤어서.
But I've obviously have a lot of experience on Sombra, so I was confident.
엄청났습니다. 팀 합도 들어보고 싶은데요.
Can you tell us a little bit about the team synergy?
저희는 좀 많이 좋은 편인데.
I think it's pretty good, but it's not perfect. We got still a lot more work to do in terms to make it perfect. And you also have to spend time outside of game in order to build that teamwork. So have you done so? Truthfully, it's always fun hanging out with the boys. So and yesterday it was an unfortunate loss for FTG. What was the feedback from that loss? We actually could have won yesterday too, I think, but I think we lost by a small margin. So.
일단 저희 팀은 다 잘해가지고.
And FTG obviously faces the higher seeded teams, or teams in the higher standings next time. So. And Alpha E thinks he's very confident going into the next matches.
기다려주신 팬분들도 굉장히
And this is
많을
your
것
first
같은데
POTM.
저기 알파이 잘생겼다라고
So,
팬분들이
and one of the fan signs says, Alpha, he looks handsome.
좀
So
부탁드려요.
can you do a little bit of a ceremony?
어?
Oh, he has the meme glasses on with the thumbs up.
네, 이렇게 팬분들께 따봉도 날려주셨습니다. 그거 쓰고 이렇게 클로징 할까요?
네.
알겠습니다.
He's going to keep it on for the closing comments. And that is it for the POTM interview with Alpha E. And to close the day off, I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
자, 인터뷰는 여기서 끝마치도록 하겠습니다.
All right, well, thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. Good to hear from Alfie, and congrats to him on the, I guess, first player of the match win. I didn't think that was going to be the case, just given that FTG have racked up a couple wins throughout the season so far, but very well deserved. But alas, Hex, today it ended up being yet another 3 Overwatch day.
Not the biggest surprise ever. The biggest surprise is that the Runaway FTG game was like the least close out of any of these.
Yeah, really.
So, like that's the stunner to me. Did Alpha E say? I think there was a question about Reaper, and he responded with, "Well, I play a lot of Sombra, so I was comfortable." Even if that's not like what he said or the correct translation, it would make a lot of sense that if you play Sombra, you're also going to be good at Reaper in this meta. You have that sixth sense of this is when things are going to happen. This is the angle that the EMP is going to come from. This is where I need to be when that happens. And that was on display here. So this FTG team looks like they've got this meta pretty well figured out. And Runaway, well, the exact opposite of figured out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit rocky to start there, versus WAC yesterday, but coming out showing some more of the meta picks here today compared to that series just yesterday. Bernard also showing, yep, you know what, I can also play Malga. My hero pool continues to just be basically infinite, but with that victory, 4-1-9, as you mentioned there for the side of FTG. Runaway, 4-2-3, falling down the standings a little bit more. Still at 4th place spot, but hurting their odds.
Well, Runaway has to play WAC next, and then Poker Face.
Yeah.
Less than ideal for them. Obviously, FTG, we're going to find out a lot because they play Falcons next, and then Genesis, who look pretty strong on this, and Poker Face. So FTG could definitely get in the mix for those top 2s if they can take a match off of Falcons. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
So, look, man, new patch, new stuff, new metas. You're going to see some weird equalization of teams. The teams that were really good on one meta, almost by the nature of the game, aren't going to be the best at the next. It was interesting, though, to hear that they had not been scrimming this comp.
Yeah, a big change up for them. But, of course, there's going to be one more day of action here to round out Korea. And as you mentioned, a couple of those matches, it's going to be WAC versus Poker Face. Big challenge there for the Tier 2 Young Guns, trying to take down WAC, who look very, very dangerous. But then FTG versus Falcons, a huge marquee matchup right there, sandwiched in the middle. Then Genesis versus Sinprissa. Sinprissa has been on a bit of a climb up. They've been looking better with each appearance, but Genesis, now that they finally have that first match victory out of the way, maybe they can take off from there.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect. That one in the middle is enormous, especially on the back of having a new meta and a new composition that you can't really guess which team is going to be better on. Both teams looked very, very good, though. WAC continues to be really good. It'd be a surprise if Poker Face can upset, but Poker Face is no slouch, and they've just done nothing but improve all year. And then Sinprissa obviously has always given a couple of teams troubles. I think they've taken maps off of really good squads, and Genesis needs to be pretty perfect going forward, try to get to the 4-0, try to work on your map differential. So a lot of really, really interesting games tomorrow. And I think we're going to, when a new meta sprouts up like this, it's almost a reset. We got to see where teams are against the top teams, because I would not have expected Runaway to come out and go 0-3 like this.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, we've seen plenty of teams, meta shifts comes in, they were at the top of the standings, and then things just start to crumble for them. So it's nothing new, but it's just, it further reinforces that you need to be able to roll the punches, you need to be adaptable, you need to have a lot of flexibility when it comes down to what you can play. Runaway trying to show us some different picks, between the Pharah, the Winston Widow, that kind of setup, but just maybe either needs more time to get worked in, but I think that in the end, the meta will usually win. So I'm going to have to just get ready to practice that Reaper Sombra a little bit more, I guess.
I think that's a great way to put it. The meta wins no matter what. You can try to not brute force it, and if you're not good at a certain hero, try. But even earlier in the evening, when we're seeing a Cass and watching Minute play Cass, and he's like, well, this is a perfect Cass. He's hitting every single shot, and it's still not good enough to beat this composition because the sustain's not there. It just doesn't work in the composition the same way that this composition works. This composition works with complete sustain, even from your DPS, or your DPS is invisible, which is helpful for sustain. You don't have to heal it, and then just throwing your tank in, and your tank having 700 HP, and the only way you can kill these tanks is with an EMP. But there is some synergy and hero picks that work in that synergy that you can't simply just swap out the Reaper and expect, oh, it's the same thing, right? Because it's not.
No, it really isn't. So I mean, we'll see. Maybe, this is still the early iterations coming through of this meta. Maybe the Sombra Reaper won't end up being the final thing. We'll have to just kind of see, who can come, if anybody can come up with something that is better than this at the moment. But it does seem like Malga pretty firmly is going to be the centerpiece of it all. So no matter what is kind of surrounding him, it seems like that is going to be the one constant that kind of remains there. So we'll see if more teams continue to try to experiment. We'll see what WAC has, because again, I'm curious to see them tomorrow, given that they weren't really leaning into this at all for the most part in the series yesterday. We still got to see a lot of that Tracer Echo coming through from them. Then there was the Genji matchup that we had as we went over into New Junk City and whatnot. So I'm curious if they're going to be similar to FTG, coming back out after that first iteration during this week, if they're going to come out and they're going to have, some of the newer stuff to show us, or if they really are going to try to just brute force, like old meta tech into this one. So we'll have to see what they have, but potential for them to maybe try to mess around a little bit, just given their opponent. But I think that that's a dangerous line to tread, because you go from, trying to force something, not really showing full respect. Runaway already put that on display when they played against Sinfrisa. They ended up nearly dropping 2 maps to them. So I'd be curious to see what WAC's, what their mentality is going to be going into tomorrow.
There are very few instances where I'm totally fine with experimenting and it's up 1-0 on control and feeling like we have a stage to give. Maybe that's like the only one, but we can only hope that the maps start defining different compositions and metas. No one likes a pure mirror. Everyone likes, oh, well, this is their good map. They can run an echo here. Maybe that's what Nepal ends up being. But we hope that map picks and vetoes and the way we have the system built will help us avoid constant mirror matches.
We do. But that's going to do it from us here tonight. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Of course, the broadcast this week for Korea is not over yet, so make sure you guys tune in, same place, same time tomorrow. The Hex and G Club, we're bringing you guys that action. See you guys later.